Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We know what it takes to achieve a dream. Dedication, courage, determination, control, desire. And our goal is to channel that energy. To champion the nation's best aquatic athletes, support the teams who support them, inspire anyone and everyone to feel the benefits of a love of water, and propel each sport onwards and upwards, or even downwards, by doing it the right way, sustainably, with integrity, with purpose. Because the thrill of seeing Great Britain being great at aquatic sport is something everyone can get excited about. We are Aquatics GB.
Good morning and welcome back to the Ponds Forge International Sports Centre for another session of heats. Day 7, our final day of competition here at the Speedo Aquatics GB Summer Championships. And this is what we have coming up for you in this morning session. Age group heats for women's 400 metres freestyle, mixed classification, women's 53, men's 53. Women's 200 breaststroke, men's 200 breaststroke, women's 100 butterfly, men's 50 butterfly, mixed classification, women's and men's 100 metres butterfly. Here come our officials as everybody gets into position. And I think we're looking there at our turn judges for the far end of the pool for today. Our officials highly experienced, everybody here to make sure that we have fair competition for all, and they do a brilliant job of ensuring that's what happens. And we have one more day of competition. The team who've been here for all 6 days so far, and making sure that we help the swimmers to deliver their absolute best in the pool. And the same goes, as I always say, on the far side there in the stands you can see friends and family supporting our athletes, and then on the near side where we have our swimmers and our coaches, well, the coaches, they play a crucial role as well, day in, day out. And then we celebrate the performances in the pool at these summer championships, where the swimmers are also learning about competing in a week-long competition, just like the major championships would be. Everybody learning about how to deliver their best in July. That's why we like to praise everyone who gets a personal best at these championships. That's a huge achievement to come and swim faster than ever before in July. That shows your preparation has been good. So that is what we're here hoping to see from as many of these swimmers as possible. And our first heats of the morning are in the men's 400 metres freestyle age group competitions. These 6 swimmers have the honour of swimming in our first heats. Maximus Major, Samuel Green, Harry Whitfield, James Biddick, Aidan Anderson and William Wilson. All 6 of these swimmers are in the 13-14 age group. And we are swimming for places in the individual age group finals. And the finals of all of our events that we swim this morning will be in our 5 p.m. session tonight. We have 4 sessions of swimming to bring you today. And this is heat 1 in the men's 400 meters freestyle with 6 lanes in use. So our swimmers then in lane 7, the furthest away from us in the yellow cap is William Wilson for City of Leeds. Lane 6, Aidan Anderson for Aberdeen Dolphins in the white cap. In lane 5 and in the lead right now in the black cap is James Biddick of Exeter City. In 4, Harry Whitfield for Northumberland and Durham Performance. In 3, Samuel Green for Bassett Law. And in 2, Maximus Major for City of Newport. The swimmers in this heat will be aiming to swim under 4 minutes 30. That would be a good swim for everybody here. And as I mentioned, they are in the 13s and 14s age group. So swimming for a place in the final. And 400 metres freestyle, that's 8 lengths of the 50-metre pool. And coming into the turn, we've got 3 swimmers ahead of the rest after 100 metres. That's Harry Whitfield, James Biddick, and Maximus Major. We will see swimmers going into these races with plans to attack different parts of the 400 metres. I think for most of these swimmers it's a case of swimming their way into the first 100 metres, finding out where they are in relation to everybody else, and then maybe changing their stroke rates. For instance, in lane 3, we've got Samuel Green, who at the moment is in 6th place, but it looks like he might actually, with that slow stroke rate, have something to bring later on in this heat. And judging by his personal best, I hope that's the case, because we really want to see everybody swim as quickly as possible. And then our race leader here, our heat leader in lane 4 is Harry Whitfield. And you can see a clear difference between the stroke rate that Harry is using and for instance in lane 3. So in lane 4 and lane 3, look, the speed of the arms at the moment so different. That's the halfway point in this heat. And William Wilson swam into the wall very hard there, so clearly his race plan is to turn on the afterburners for the third 100, and now clearly moving into first place and away from Harry Whitfield. So it's Wilson in the yellow cap, and also coming through now Maximus Major. They have 3 lengths left to swim at this turn. Wilson, Major, then Whitfield. And at the next turn we'll have 100 metres left, and when we get to 100 metres again we'll see swimmers starting to change the way they swim. You can see at the top there William Wilson, he's kicking harder than the 3 swimmers behind him. And if you watch after they turn here, I'm absolutely sure some of the other swimmers will also start to make a huge splash with their feet, and that's a real indication of how hard they are starting to kick. And once they're kicking hard, then you know they are trying to accelerate. Lane 6 doing exactly that. There, Aidan Anderson at the top left of the screen there in the white cap, now starting to really work the feet, work the legs. And in lane 4 coming through now, Harry Whitfield. And when we get to the final turn, then everybody will be trying to give everything they have left for the final 50 metres. The last turn then, William Wilson in the lead. Then Maximus Major, James Biddick, Harry Whitfield. Next to the turn there was Aidan Anderson, and then Samuel Green. So 4:30 or below, hopefully for as many swimmers as we can. As a rule of thumb, anyone who gets under 4:25 has swum a personal best in this heat. And we're certainly going to get a time under 4:25 from William Wilson. It's going to be around that area, but it's going to be close, but he's just going to get there, I think. 4:25.28. Okay, 4:25.28, not under 4:25, but it is a personal best. Maximus Major 4:29.2, James Biddick 4:29.43, Harry Whitfield 4:32.04, Aidan Anderson 4:32.88, and Samuel Green 4:37.38. Well swum there. The swimmers who got under 4:30 in particular. Wilson, Major and Biddick. And for Wilson, a 3-second personal best. Well done. On to heat number 2. And our swimmers in heat 2 using all 10 lanes. Jacob Bacon on the far side of the pool. Lucas Christie for Kingston upon Hull. Frederick Brown for Guildford City. Caden Hitchens, City of Birmingham. Aaron Drake for Warren de Barles. Zach Bourne Whittington for Kingston upon Hull. Kofi Willis for City of Cardiff. Harry Robinson for Leeds. Martin Vermaat for Camden Swiss Cottage. And William Oxley, City of Leicester. And turning in first there was Jacob Bacon for City of Peterborough on the far side of the pool. It's also worth pointing out it's very difficult for these swimmers to prepare for the very early heats, I would say. We started swimming at 8:45 in heat 1, 8:45 in the morning. So it's a case of get up, have breakfast, get to the pool, warm up and prepare. So when we get PBs in these heats, I think that will be going very well for everyone who does that. Frederick Brown's going to turn first here in 1:02.06 for Guildford City. Brown in the lead, and now in lane 5 coming through Aaron Drake. And on the far side, Jacob Bacon. They're our leading 3 as we come up to the 150 mark in this 400 metre heat. We've got 8 swimmers in this heat in the 13-14 age group, and 2 in the 15-year age group. The 2 in the 15 years are Kofi Willis in lane 3 and Aaron Drake in lane 5. And we're swimming down towards the halfway turn now. And you can see a few of these swimmers starting to change up the way they are attacking this 400 metres freestyle. So positions will start to change, certainly over the next 75 metres or so. I would expect the order of the swimmers at this turn to be changed before we get to the 450 metre turn. So that's the 250 metre turn. So that's Brown in the lead at the moment. Then Drake, Bacon, Bourne, Whittington, Vermaat, Robinson, Oxley, Willis, Hitchens and Christie. And we're looking now for swimmers who are starting to really attack. Kofi Willis, 4 from the bottom. City of Cardiff looks like he's upped his stroke rates now that we've passed the halfway mark in the race. And our leader, Frederick Brown, has done the same. And lane 1 going well here for Martin Vermaat as well. So Brown in the lead from Drake. And Zach Bourne Whittington in lane 4 in the white cap in the middle of the ball. Also coming, surging through now. We've got 4 swimmers, I would say, starting to position themselves for a real attack on the final 100 metres. And Kofi Willis as well in the blue cap in lane 3, coming through to join them. 100 metres to go then. It's now Brown, Vermaat, Bourne, Whittington, Drake, Bacon and Willis. And Frederick Brown continues to lead. Martin Vermaat, 2 lanes from the bottom of the picture, going well right now. The swimmers get into a rhythm and they hold on to it. And you start to maintain that speed. But then when we get into the last 50, it's a case of accelerating and using up what energy you have managed to keep in reserve. Brown from Vermaat, Bourne, Whittington, Willis and Bacon. And here we go, everybody trying to get the fastest time they possibly can. In general, we're trying to get under 4 minutes 23, I think, for these swimmers. That would be good performances for everyone in this heat. So anyone who gets under 4:23 has done very well. It's Brown, but I think Vermaat's going to get to the wall first to win heat 2 in 4:23.77. Then Brown in 4:24, Jacob Bacon and Zach Bourne Whittington. Kofi Willis actually got 4th place there, 4:24.45. Martin Vermaat, 4:23.77, getting a personal best there. That's a good performance at the start of the morning heats session. We move on now to heat number 3. And our swimmers here are Sky Sharples with an enormous start on the far side in lane 9. Almost swimming that like a 50-metre start. So he gets himself high up in the race position here. Oliver Lambert's next to him for City of Liverpool. Then it's Maxwell Sochowski for Wandsworth. Edward Evans for Beckenham. Delinas Satavicius in lane 5 for Nuneaton and Bedworth. Patrick Harriman for Satellite of Macclesfield in 4. Henry Shepherd of Bromley in 3. Thomas Marshall, Exeter City in 2. Lucas Iwanyanya for Guildford City in 1. And in lane 0, Ashby Edmonds for Plymouth Leander. Sky Sharples well out in front. And he won't be affected by the wash from any other swimmer the way he is out there in lane 9. Turning ahead there of Henry Shepherd. We have 3 13, 14-year swimmers in this heat. They are Ashby Edmonds in the lane closest to us, lane 0. Henry Shepherd in lane 3. And Delinas Satavicius in lane 5. Now, I think, looking at the rankings, those 3 swimmers are competing now for possible medal swims. If we get something outstanding from any of those 3, they will be medal contenders when it comes to the finals tonight, of course. At the moment, qualifying for the finals in these heats. The fastest 10 swimmers in each age group go through to the evening's finals. And Sky Sharples leading still as we come to the halfway points, and coming through now in lane 6, Edward Evans as well. It's Sharples, then Shepherd and Evans, followed by Thomas Marshall at the turn. Okay, which of these swimmers now has decided that the third 100 is the place to start to really wind things up? Well, it's certainly Henry Shepherd in lane 3. Sky Sharples no longer leading, and I think he might be third at this turn because Edward Evans is also moving his way through. And in lane 2 as well, Thomas Marshall looks like he is being dragged along by Henry Shepherd. Shepherd, then Marshall, followed by Evans and Sharples. And we've got 3 lengths of the pool to go, 150 metres now in this heat. Shepherd and Marshall, the 2 swimmers closest to us in first and second places. The closest to us of our leaders in lanes 3 and 2. And we have 100 metres to come then at this turn. Swimmers in this heat are capable of swimming around 4 minutes 20. The fastest personal best in this heat is a 4:21. So let's see what kind of times these swimmers can post. I think for 14-year-old swimmers in this heat, as long as they're getting close to their PB, they can expect to be in the final quite safely. at the turn. Marshall's leading, then Shepherd in 3. He'll be getting into the 13-14 final with this swim in lane 3. Into the last 50 then, Shepherd and Marshall our leading two. In third place, in lane 6 is Edward Evans. Sky Sharples in 4th at the moment on the far side, and on the near side, Ashby Edmonds finishing strongly. Henry Shepherd then, 4:15.21. Thomas Marshall, 4:16.97. None of the swimmers in this heat had swum under 4:20 before. So Henry Shepherd, Thomas Marshall and Edward Evans all getting personal bests. And then we're looking for the 13-14 years swims. Henry Shepherd, the heat winner, he'll be in the final for his age group. Ashby Edmonds in 5th with 4:21.04. Should make the 13-14 final. And Dylan Astatavicius in 8th. We'll have to wait and see if 4:23.93 gets into the 13-14's final. On to heat 4. And our swimmers in Heat 4 are Ernest Darkin for Dulwich Dolphins, Matthew Scott for Newcastle, Joshua Burkill for Sutton and Cheam, Leo Talbot for Bolton Metro, Jack Kears for Teddington, Makar Yakno for Portsmouth Northsea, Jose Rodriguez for Millfield, Connor Aspinall for East Lothian, Benjamin Beale for Northumberland and Durham Performance, and Oliver Murray for Millfield. Turning first in lane 7, Joshua Burkill, 28.64 there for the first 50 metres. We had a joint 5th at that turn and the 7th fastest time. In fact, the reason why we had a missing time there was because we had a 3-way tie for 5th. That's why we had a missing swimmer on that graphic in the corner of the screen. A 3-way tie for 5th. Let's hope we don't get a 3-way tie at a finish. We'll end up with swim-offs and all sorts to decide places in finals if we get things like that. So it doesn't happen very often at all. Our leader there, Connor Aspinall, then Benjamin Beale and Joshua Burkill. In this heat, we've got 3 13-14 age group swimmers. 2 lanes from the bottom, Benjamin Beale. In lane 4, Makar Yakno. And in lane 6, Leo Talbot. And the way those 3 swimmers are performing, I don't think there's any danger of them missing out on their age group final here. The fastest 13-14 time we've seen so far, 4 minutes 14. The fastest 10 in each age group will get through to the final. And Benjamin Beale looks like he will be first at the 200-metre turn. And I think now in lane 3, Jose Rodriguez might be starting to wind up into this 200-metre turn. Halfway then through this heat, Beale, Aspinall, Rodriguez, Yakno at the turn. And now we start to see swimmers changing their speed, changing gear. And it is Rodriguez who has decided to go for that now and push himself into the lead. And Makar Yakno going with him. So that's lanes 3 and 4. 4 lanes from the bottom of the picture and 5 lanes from the bottom of the picture here. And at this turn it will be Rodriguez ahead of Yakno. Aspinall, Kears and Beale now, 3rd, 4th and 5th. So Rodriguez in lane 3, just ahead of Yakno right now. And I think a really good swim for a 15-year-old in this heat. Will also be thinking about a possible final place. So Jose Rodriguez will be the most likely here of those swimmers to make it through. I think maybe 2 of our 15-year-olds in this heat could get through. So at the moment, that would be Rodriguez. Yachno, 13, 14 years, in second place. And Jack Kears in lane 5 now, looking like he might be swimming quick enough to challenge for a place in the 15 years final. So our 3 leading swimmers, I think, looking like they might be final qualifiers in their respective age groups. Into the last 50 metres, Yachno and Rodriguez. Very close between the two of them. And Kears as well. And it looks like them, well, for absolute certain, Makar Yachno will qualify for the 13-14 final. We'll keep an eye on the 15 years times as well. First to touch, Rodriguez 4:14.5, Yachno 4:14.54, Kears 4:15.32. Very good swims, especially now when we look against the personal bests. Jose Rodriguez with a 5-second PB there. Makar Yachno with a 3-second PB. Jack Kears also knocking almost 3 seconds off his previous best. We move on to heat 5. Our swimmers in heat 5. Rock Vela Obiols on the far side of the pool for Millfield. Ruben Thomas for Mount Kelly. Another Mount Kelly swimmer, Harry Pearce. Eden Rowe for Northampton. David Naglick for City of Bradford. Caden Frampton for Millfield. Benjamin Ross, City of Salford. How She for City of Sheffield. Dylan Madigan for City of Liverpool. And Thomas Swales for Nova Centurion. How She was the first to turn there in 28.48. And we have one swimmer here in lane 4, Caden Frampton for the 13-14 age group. I think anything under 4:20 should get Caden into the final in that age group. We have, oh, in fact, we have 2 swimmers in that age group. Sorry, I missed Rock Vela Obiols on the far side. So 4:20 will be the target for those 2 swimmers. If they're outside that, then I think we can't be sure at this stage. We have 4 15-year-old swimmers, Ruben Thomas 2 lanes from the top, and the 3 swimmers closest to us, How She, Dylan Madigan and Thomas Swales. And you can see those 3 15-year-olds on the near side swimming together right now. Our fastest time for a 15-year-old thus far was 4:14.50 for Jose Rodriguez in the last heat. So these 3 swimmers nearest to the camera moving away then, and looking like likely finalists, I would say, in the 15-year age group, the way they are all swimming. So you've got the group of 3 on the near side, reading from the near side of the pool. Thomas Swales, Dylan Madigan and How She. Then that pack of 4 or maybe 5 in the middle in lane 5, Naglick, 6 Rowe, 7 Pearce, 8 Thomas and 9 Vela Obiols. And now who's going to change gear after the 200-metre turn? Benjamin Ross, How She in lane 2. Benjamin Ross is in the yellow cap in lane 3. But in lane 2, How She, City of Sheffield, is going to be first to turn with 3 lengths of the pool to go, 150 metres to swim. And the group in the middle are closing in. David Naglick in lane 5 didn't have a great turn there. He turned in 4th, but he didn't get a good connection with the ball. And Caden Frampton had a better turn and moves up to 4th place in the heats. I don't think there's any doubt that Caden Frampton in lane 4 is on his way to the 13-14 final with this swim, and the same has to be said on the far side for Rock Vela Obiols. So we'll see both of them in the final session tonight. And the three swimmers closest to us look like they're heading for the 15-year age group final. Caden Frampton trying to get on terms with these leading three at the moment. And I think he might do it. We've got 75 metres left to swim. Our leader, How She. Second at the moment, Dylan Madigan. Third is Thomas Swales. And fourth, Caden Frampton. No, Frampton's up now into third. Overtaking Swales in the last 10 metres of that length of the pool. And we're into the last 50 now. In this heat, we're looking for times under 4:15. Anyone who does that in this heat has had a very, very good swim. And look at Caden Frampton in lane 4. He's timed his swim so well, getting right up into contention to win the heat. I think Dylan Madigan's going to get there first, though. It's Madigan, How She, then Caden Frampton, Thomas Swales in fourth. On the near side, She, Madigan and Swales should all get into the 15 years final. With that, Caden Frampton into the 13-14 years final. Rockvella Obiols on the far side, 4:18.61. That will see him through to the 13-14s final as well. So swimmers there who went under 4:15, as a rule of thumb, personal bests well swum. Heat 6 is next. Our swimmers in Heat 6, Dante Sinnott for Barnet Copthall, Orlando Deering for City of Peterborough, Samuel Williams for Wickham District, Tom Jeffords for Wren 96, Adam Macaulay Wright for Portsmouth Northsea, Jamie Steadman of Clevedon, Hugo Jones for Team Bath, Jake Chesworth for Maxwell, Joseph Hall for City of Leeds, and Daniele Tedesco for Ealing. At the turn, it's Adam Macaulay Wright ahead of Samuel Williams. And Macaulay Wright in lane 5 is swimming in the 17-year age group. Most swimmers in this heat are in the 17-year age group. We have 3 in the 16s. 2 lanes from the bottom of the picture, that's Joseph Hall. 4 lanes from the top of the screen, Tom Jeffords, and 2 lanes from the top, Orlando Deering. 100 metres swum, Macaulay Wright first to the turn there in 57.92. Adam Macaulay Wright has a personal best of 4 minutes 13. And being followed here by Samuel Williams in the green cap for Wickham. And then Tom Jeffords for Wren 96 in lane 6. We've swum 150 metres now. Macaulay Wright, Williams, Jeffords, and then Jamie Steadman in 4th place. Steadman with the big underwater turn, and coming up from 4th at the wall, Jamie Steadman into just about 2nd place, I think, now. So that was a really good turn for Steadman. And we're coming up now to the halfway turn in this Heat 6 of the men's 400 metres freestyle. Still out in front, Adam Macaulay Wright. He's swimming at around 63 seconds per 100 metres. He's increasing his lead over the rest of the field. Then Williams and Steadman. And now let's see who is going to start to increase their pace. Now we're past the halfway points in the heat. I think on the far side, 2 lanes in, Orlando Deering is doing just that in the blue cap. 2 lanes from the top of the screen there. Orlando Deering coming up into 2nd place. Macaulay Wright still swimming at around 1 minute and 3 seconds for 100 metres. And Orlando Deering is matching that pace now that he's accelerated in the 3rd 100 of this heat. So our leading 2 now, Macaulay Wright and Orlando Deering. Deering in the 16-year age group. into the last 100 metres. And Macaulay Wright and Deering, our first two. So for these two swimmers, 4:14 would be a very good time. And I think we are on course really for personal bests for both our lead two, Macaulay Wright, and for Orlando Deering. The final turn then, Macaulay Wright there in 3:35. I think we're on for some personal best here for Adam Macaulay Wright. Orlando Deering at the turn was second, and then coming through strongly, Samuel Williams in lane 7, and finishing strongly, Jake Chesworth. Adam Macaulay Wright then, his personal best before today, 4:13.06. This is going to be a huge personal best. 4:13 his previous best. Look at the time here. 4:06.26. Well swum. Coming through to finish second, Jake Chesworth in 4:12.31. Then Samuel Williams 4:12.63 and Orlando Deering 4:12.78. PBs all around there for anyone under 4 minutes and 14. Adam Macaulay Wright, the outstanding performance in that heat, knocking 7 seconds off his personal best there. We move on to heat number 7. And our swimmers in Heat 7 are Ethan Stubbs-Green for Millfield, Oscar Bellinger for Plymouth Leander, Jack Swindale for City of Peterborough, Oliver Greaves for Millfield, Samuel Sutcliffe for Ramsbottom, Ryan Wall for City of Cambridge, Henry Norman for Bromley, Fergus Thompson for Mount Kelly, Daniel Belsey for Hatfield, and Thomas Chittock for Borough of Waltham Forest Gators. 2 empty lanes there as I was reading out the list of swimmers. In lane 9, Ethan Stubbs-Green, that lane emptied, and lane 2 also vacant. So 2 empty lanes. We have 8 swimmers. In lane 8 on the far side, Oscar Bellinger. And followed then, I think, into the turn by Jack Swindale in second. No, maybe just being pipped here by Oliver Greaves and Millfield in the green cap. So Bellinger, Greaves, then Swindale at the turn. We have one 15-year-old swimmer in this heat in lane 5, Samuel Sutcliffe. 2 lanes from the bottom, Daniel Belsey's in the 16-year age group. The 2 swimmers on the far side of the pool, Oscar Bellinger and Jack Swindale in the 16-year age group. And everybody else competing here in the 17-year age group. At the turn here, Oscar Bellinger. And followed into the wall there by Daniel Belsey and Oliver Greaves. Fast times in this heat. Well, we've already seen a 4:06, but for anyone in this heat to swim 4:12 or better would be going well. Coming up to the turn then, Oscar Bellinger out in front at halfway. Second at that turn, Daniel Belsey. And I will mention Thomas Chittock turning in 8th place because he swims for Borough of Waltham Forest Gators, which is my old club. And I've got a very interesting story about how the Gators nickname came about, which I might get a chance to tell you at some point when we had Coach Mark Taylor back in the 90s, who decided the team needed a nickname, and it was a vote between Gators and Sharks, and I was there at the vote. Every single swimmer voted for Sharks, and he said, no, we're going to be called the Gators. So that's why it's Borough of Waltham Forest Gators. And I think we have one swimmer for the club at this summer championships. So Oscar Bellinger out in front. We're coming up to the turn for the last 100 metres. Bellinger for Plymouth Leander, followed into the wall by Daniel Belsey. And then it's Oliver Greaves and Samuel Sutcliffe. And I think I missed Jack Swindell, who turned in third. Jack Swindell up in third. Okay, last 100 metres then. 4:12 or better would be really good swimming for anyone in this heat. We'd be looking at personal best territory for anyone who gets into that area. And Oscar Bellinger is out in front then. We've seen a 4:06, remember, in the previous heats. And now the swimmers gearing up for the final 50. And they're all chasing Bellinger down now. We're going to have some fast times in this heat. Daniel Belsey in lane 1, 2 from the bottom. Looks like he's finishing strongly. Lane 5, Samuel Sutcliffe in the 15-year age group. He'll be swimming his way into the 15 years final with this. And on the far side, Oscar Bellinger. These three are going to be finishing first, second and third in the heats. Sutcliffe getting to the wall first in 4:11.27. Daniel Belsey 4:11.3. I think everybody who got 4:12 or better there will be very, very happy. And when we get the full list of the results there, you'll see that Samuel Sutcliffe in the 15-year age group was first in the heats. He'll be through to the 15-year age group final, with Daniel Belsey second there and Oscar Bellinger in third. 5 swimmers under 4:13 in that heat. On we go to heat 8. Our swimmers in this heat: George Daintith for City of Liverpool, Thomas Jennings for Portsmouth North Sea, Daniel Payton for Northumberland and Durham Performance, Rufus Parry for Wickham District. Next to him, another Wickham District swimmer, that's Monty Smith in lane 5. In lane 4, Ronnie Wheel for City of Liverpool. In lane 3, Patrick Neal, City of Leeds. Lane 2, Hugh Mason Williams for City of Birmingham. Lane 1, Jack Finney, City of Sheffield. And lane 0, Luke Moore for Leatherhead. It was Jack Finney who turned in first place there. We have 2 swimmers in the 15-year age group here, Monty Smith in lane 5 and Daniel Payton in lane 7. 5 swimmers in the 16 years age group. Lane 2, Hugh Mason Williams. Lane 3, Patrick Neal. Lane 6, Rufus Parry. Lane 8, Thomas Jennings. And lane 9, George Daintith. And we had 4 swimmers under 60 seconds for the 100-metre turn there. And making a move for City of Sheffield in lane 1, Jack Finney. And 2 lanes from the top of the screen, Thomas Jennings for Portsmouth North Sea. This is the 150-metre turn. And it looks like George Daintith will be in third place on the far side at this turn. 1:30 at the turn. So we're swimming 62, 63 seconds, something like that per 100 metres now that the swimmers have settled down into their rhythm. So at that pace we're looking at 4:12 or thereabouts for the leading swimmers. Coming up then to the halfway turn, Finney, then Jennings, then Daintith, and now we're looking to see which swimmers are using the 200-metre milestone to change gear. I'm still looking pretty steady for Jack Finney in lane 1 and for Thomas Jennings in lane 8. But now coming through in lane 5, Monty Smith in the middle of the pool in the green cap for Wickham District. And he is going to be in the top 3 at this turn. Hitting the wall pretty hard there, Monty Smith in third. And he looks like the swimmer who's making the biggest move right now. "125 metres left to swim. Smith moving up into second place in this heat. He's in the 15-year age group, Monty Smith in second place. So aiming to get into the 15-year age group final with this performance. Finney, then Smith, who's going to turn third. Dainty ahead of Jennings. And we're into the last 100 metres. Jack Finney out in front. Monty Smith in second in lane 5. We want to get under 4 minutes 12 for as many of these swimmers as possible, really. Under 4:12 is good going for all of these 10 swimmers. Jack Finney still in the lead at the wall, but I think Monty Smith coming out of the wall just in front. And these two are going to push each other down the final 50. In lane 6, Rufus Parry also finishing strongly. And Monty Smith now moving into first place as we come to the last 5 metres when we get to the flags. Monty Smith's going to win this heat. 4:08.39 from Jack Finney in 4:09. If you get under 4:12 in this heat, that's a great swim. So well done to Rufus Parry and George Dainty as well. Hugh Mason-Williams in 5th place. Just outside his PB, Hugh Mason-Williams, but I would say the first 4 in that heat were all registering faster times than ever before. Heat 9 now. Our swimmers in this heat are Matthew Defanes for Tigers, James Page for City of Birmingham, Lucas Bryant for Maidenhead, Thomas Belt for Plymouth Leander, Oliver Rowe for Mount Kelly, James Boddy for Garriock, Zach Slater for East Lothian, Joshua Keogh for Bolton Metro, Kenzie McLean for Perth City, and Elliot Lawton for City of Coventry. Turning here in first place was James Page in 27.7. 4 of our swimmers under 28 seconds for their first 50 metres. And now Elliot Lawton on the near side is up with the leaders. Oliver Rowe in lane 5, and the 2 swimmers in the furthest lanes, Matthew Defanes and James Page. We have 1 swimmer in the 15-year age group in this heat. That's Lucas Bryant in lane 7, 3 lanes from the top, turning now. We also have 4 swimmers in the 16-year age group. In lane 6, Thomas Belt. In lane 2, Joshua Keogh. Lane 1, Kenzie McLean. And lane 0, Elliot Lawton. We have 4 17-year-olds, Zach Slater, James Boddy, James Page and Matthew Defanes, and 1 in the 18s and over in lane 5, Oliver Rowe. And it's Oliver Rowe who is our leader after 150 metres. Followed into the turn there by Thomas Belt, Matthew Defanes and James Page. Oliver Rowe swimming around 60 seconds per 100 metres at the moment. He's really motoring at this point in the race. And we're coming up now to the halfway turn. And Rowe's time at the turn, 2:00.84. He's swimming quicker than anyone else in there right now. Elliot Lawton in lane 0 is also really picking up the pace. And we've got 3 swimmers, I would say, now breaking away. Keep an eye on the far side, though, to Matthew Defanes. Let's see what time he sets at the turn, because he is swimming pretty quickly as well. At the turn, it was Rowe, then Belt, Lawton, and then Defanes. Our leader, Oliver Rowe, swimming around 62 seconds for the 100 metres at the moment. But Thomas Belt in lane 6 going at pretty much the same speed in second place. So the gap between these two has been pretty constant. We've got 100 metres to swim at the turn. It's Rowe ahead of Belt. And Belt should be going into the 16-year age group final with this swim, I would think. Oliver Rowe looking good. He's got a PB, Oliver Rowe, of 4 minutes, but a season best of 4:08. So let's hope he can get under that season's best, 4:08. Rowe turning then into the last 50 ahead of Belt. And Belt will also be looking to get a personal best here. His PB is 4:09, and the way he's going to break that, Thomas Belt. So I think we're looking for a season's best in lane 5 for our leader, Oliver Rowe, and a possible personal best here for Thomas Belt. And keep an eye on third and fourth swimmers here as well. Rowe with the season's best 4:05.81. Thomas Belt with a personal best 4:07.8. Who gets the third place? Elliot Lawton in 4:11.47. Fourth place, Matthew Defanes, 4:11.89. And fifth there was James Page in 4:12.84. Two swimmers under 4 minutes 10. Going very well there. Oliver Rowe and Thomas Belt. And Thomas Belt will be in the 16 years final. I think Elliot Lawton in third place will get into the 16 years final with 4:11.47 as well. On to heat 10. Our swimmers here are Daniel Codeverde for Stockport Metro, Morgan Davis for Guildford City, Harry Chandler for the Royal Wolverhampton School, Jacob Mills for City of Leicester, Samuel Lander for Mount Kelly, Ethan Kelly, City of Liverpool, James Raw for Leicester Sharks, Jack Bamborough for City of Cardiff, Jacob Lee for the Royal Wolverhampton School, and James McClure for the City of Birmingham. Lane 7, Harry Chandler turning first in 27.36. One of 4 swimmers in the 16-year age group in this heat. That's Chandler in lane 7. Morgan Davis 1 lane above him in lane 8. In lane 4, Ethan Kelly. And in lane 2, Jack Bamborough. We have 1 swimmer in the 15-year age group here, right on the far side. That's Daniel Codeverde. And in the 17 years, we've got James Raw in lane 3, Jacob Mills in lane 6. And then also in the 18-year age group here, Samuel Lander in lane 5, Jacob Lee in lane 1, and James McClure in lane 0. Coming up to the 150-metre turn, and Harry Chandler is still our leader. Daniel Codeverde on the far side going very well. And in lanes 1 and 3, Jacob Lee and James Raw. So Chandler leading by 0.39 at that turn ahead of Jacob Mills. In this 400 metres freestyle heat now, look at this, lane 3, that's 4 from the bottom of the picture. James Raw looking like he is trying to swim up into that leading group. And also surging through now, Jacob Mills in lane 6. Chandler, Raw and Mills turning together, with Codeverde in 4th place at that turn. Okay, who's going to make a move on the third 100 here? Lane 0, James McClure, looking like he is starting to pick up the pace. And also 2 lanes from the top, a real surging stroke from Morgan Davis now as we come up to the 250-metre turn. But it's James Raw out in front, followed into that turn by Jacob Mills, Harry Chandler and Morgan Davis. And Morgan Davis was the quickest over the previous 50 metres. We get the splits for every 50 metres on a screen in front of us, so I can tell you 2 lanes from the top, Morgan Davis travelling quicker than anyone else at the moment. And we're coming up to the last 100 metres now. Raw, then Mills, Chandler, and then Davis. Davis slowed up a little on that 50. 2 lanes from the top. And our fastest swimmer on the previous 50 metres there was Jacob Mills in lane 6, currently in 2nd place. And you can see how hard most of the swimmers are working now with the amount of water they're moving with their feet as they kick so hard. It's going to be Raw in first at the turn, the final turn, followed by Davis and then Mills. So James Raw, our leader in the 17-year age group. Morgan Davis in the 16-year age group and Jacob Mills in the 17-year age group. We are looking for times here of somewhere under 4:06, I think. That would be brilliant for anyone in this heat. And in lane 3, James Raw finishes in 4:03.88, Morgan Davis 4:04.4 and Jacob Mills in 4:05.46. Daniel Codaverde 4:06.85. That's a 15-year age group final time for him. Morgan Davis in second in the 16-year age group, 4:04.4 should see him through to that final. James Raw with a PB in first, Morgan Davis in 4:04.4 also with a PB. Good swimming there across the pool. We move on now to heat 11. And this is the last of our ranked heats. There are 2 heats to come after this. Lane 9 is empty. Swimming in lane 8 is Sam Sterry for Tigers. Then in 7 it's Matthew Baker for West Suffolk. 6, Hayden Anand for Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson. Lane 5, Christian Dutoff for Guildford City. Lane 4, Ethan Raymond for Plymouth Leander. Lane 3, James Froggatt for City of Birmingham. Lane 2, Cameron Rapson, City of Birmingham as well. Lane 1, Daniel Jackson, Borough of Kirklees, and lane 0 is Scott Fleming for South Lanarkshire. So when I say the last of our ranked heats, well, we have swimmers here then who are our 21st to 29th swimmers according to the rankings. 21st quickest to 29th, and that's across all of the age groups. And then when we get into the last 2 heats, those last 2 heats will be seeded, which means we'll have a spread of the fastest 20 swimmers across the 2 heats. We have the fastest swimmer in the final heat, the second fastest in the penultimate heat. We have the third fastest in the final heat, the fourth fastest in the penultimate heat. So there's a different way of arranging the swimmers in the final 2 heats when we are using the seeding system. And these swimmers are swimmers 21 to 29 in the rankings. I hope that makes sense. Our leader here at 150 metres is Christian Dutoft in lane 5, with Samuel Sterry in lane 8 in the yellow cap, furthest away from us in second at that turn. And we're swimming now towards the halfway point in this heat. And we'll see what time these swimmers can set for their 200-metre splits. We're going to have sub 2 minute split there in lane 5. In fact, we've got 4 swimmers under 2 minutes for 200 metres there. Dutoft, Sterry, Froggatt and Baker. So we're looking at times that will be just outside 4 minutes, I think, for the swimmers who are going to win this heat. And that will be really good going. We've got personal bests of around the 4 minute mark in the centre of the pool in this heat. Dutoff turning first there in 2:29.01 ahead of Sterry and then Froggatt and Raymond. I think we're looking at something like 4:02, 4:03, 4:04 maybe for a winning time. And let's see who can get in contention to swim a time like that. In lane 4 now, coming through Ethan Raymond very strongly. Into the last 100 metres then. And it's Dutoft, Froggatt, Sterry, and then Raymond. It's going to be close to 4 minutes, I think, to win this heat. And coming through strongly now, James Froggatt in lane 3, looking very good with his stroke in that white cap, 4 lanes from the bottom of the picture. And on the far side, Samuel Sterry pushing Christian Dutoft. 4 swimmers turning to the wall very close together then. Into the last 50. I don't think we're quite going to get under 4 minutes, are we, for anyone in this heat? But it's going to be close. If anyone gets under 4:02, they've had a very good swim. Let's say that. 4:02 would be very good performing for anyone here. And our leader is James Froggatt. Then in lane 5, Christian Dutoft. Then on the far side, Sam Sterry and Ethan Raymond. And the time, 4:01.94. Well swum there, James Froggatt. Second place was Christian Dutoft. 4:02.68. And third in that heat, Samuel Sterry, 4:02.86. A personal best time there in lane 8 for Sterry in third. Ethan Raymond, 4:03.34, finishing in fourth. Sterry, our fastest 17-year-old swimmer so far. And we go on to heat 12, the first of our seeded heats, which means that Alexander Sargent in lane 4 is the second fastest entrance for this event. So we introduce the swimmers then. Llewellyn Porter in lane 9 in the 16-year age group. In lane 8, it's Moritz Baumgartner for Loughborough University. Lane 7, Alexander Volkovoy for City of Salford. Lane 6 is Arthur Logan, Edinburgh University. Lane 5, Sean McCann, Loughborough University. Lane 4, Alexander Sargent for Millfield. Lane 3, Ruben Robotham Keating for Loughborough University. Lane 2 is Luke McGee for Northumberland and Durham Performance. Lane 1, Josh Williams for Swansea University. And lane 0 is Finn Drysdale for the Royal Wolverhampton School. Llewellyn Porter on the far side in the 16-year age group. Everybody else here in the 18s and over. And I would say, as a rule of thumb, the first 3 18s and over in this heat should qualify for the final. I'd expect the first 3 in this heat to certainly have times, winning times, in the fastest 10 for their age group. And then if you're 4th, 5th and 6th in your age group in these last 2 heats, it's a case of wait and see if you get into the final. So we've got 9 swimmers then in the 18s and over, trying to get in the 18s and over final here. And swimming well, 2 lanes from the top, Moritz Baumgartner in lane 8. And in 6, Arthur Logan for Edinburgh University. They are the first 2 at the turn. Logan ahead of Baumgartner, just ahead of McCann, McGee and Robotham Keating. And these swimmers all looking like they're very controlled at the moment. A very controlled first 200 metres for everybody. And now starting to wind things up. Who's going to attack this halfway turn the hardest? It looks like it will be Sean McCann in lane 5 who does that. Coming through very quickly on that 50 metres. Swimming now at under 61 second pace for 100. Sean McCann. And everybody now winding their stroke up over this, the 5th of 8 lengths of the pool. McCann will be first to the turn in 5. And Arthur Logan will turn just behind him. Baumgartner on the far side, still in contention. Now the swimmers start to execute their game plans. Who's going to come through in this 50 metres? It looks like Alexander Sargent in lane 4 is really starting to wind things up and join this leading group. With 100 metres to go, it will be McCann, then Logan at the turn. Followed over by Baumgartner. And I would say if you get in the first 3 in this heat, you are looking at a place in the 18s and over final. And if you finish 4th, 5th and 6th, you're waiting for the final heat to see whether you are going to be quick enough to be in the top 10 in the 18s and over. McCann leading, but Logan speeding up over that last 50 metres. That's a good turn for the McCann, though. Went into the wall very hard. And a good turn from Alexander Sargent in 4, who comes right through off the wall. And look at that, Alexander Sargent. He turned in 4th, and now he's in the lead. What a turn that was. So Alexander Sargent really hitting that last wall hard and coming through. Sean McCann's responding and swimming with him. And we can safely say that those two are going to qualify for the 18s and over final here. The times for those two swimmers, 3:59.36, 3:59.49. Arthur Logan in 3rd, 3:59.84. Moritz Baumgartner with 4:00.21 has to wait and see. So too Ruben Robotham Keating with 4:00.55. And in 9th place in the heat, Llewellyn Porter in the 16-year age group, 4:09.22. Should see him into his age group final. And looking at that, we've got 6 swimmers under 4:01. So that is the target time now in the final heats. And with the seeding system, lane 4, Tyler Melbourne Smith is our fastest ranked swimmer in the event overall. It's the final heat, heat 13. And our swimmers in Heat 13 from the far side of the pool are Cameron Travis for University of Aberdeen Performance, Samuel Tucker for Loughborough University, Ruben Visder for City of Sheffield, Thomas Trebilco for Swansea University, Harry Wynne-Jones for City of Milton Keynes, Tyler Melbourne Smith for Loughborough University, Kurosh Kodaka for City of Leeds, Jack Munsey for University of Stirling, Brodie Gordon Gibson, Edinburgh University, and Gabriel Shepherd for City of Leeds. And Gabriel Shepherd in lane 0, nearest to us, is in the 16-year age group. We have a 17-year age group swimmer in lane 3 in Kurosh Kodaka, and everybody else is in the 18s and over. Tyler Melbourne Smith looks like he'll get to the 100-metre mark ahead of everybody else. He doesn't go very far underwater, you'll notice. Pushing off and coming up before the flags. Meanwhile, you get that different type of turn from Brodie Gordon Gibson in lane 1. A long distance underwater. And these two are in our leading group of 3. So 3 lengths swum now. We're coming up to the 150-metre turn. And just watch the difference in the style of turn here. In lane 4 and in lane 1. You'll see the difference in what they do underwater. Melbourne Smith popping up pretty early, and then look in lane 1. The underwater's off the wall there from Brodie Gordon Gibson. And then the two of them emerging at this point halfway down the pool, almost together. Tyler Melbourne Smith quicker in the swimming phase, and on the far side Cameron Travis is way out in front. Travis will be first to the 200-metre turn. 1:57.06, 0.8 of a second ahead of Melbourne Smith. And then in third of that turn was Brodie Gordon Gibson. So as a rule, 4:01 is the time you need, better than 4:01 to get into the finals. And we're going to get several swimmers, I think, swimming that pace. Travis still in front, but look, the lead has been cut down now. Melbourne Smith swimming through in his third 100 metres, and so too Brodie Gordon Gibson. We'll have these three in a group at the final turn at this end of the pool now with 100 metres to go. And now surging through as well. Harry Wynne-Jones in 5. And in lane 2, Jack Munsey. These two swimmers making their moves. Tyler Melbourne-Smith turning first. Then Travis. Then Gordon Gibson. Then it's Wynne-Jones, Munsey, Visda, Kadaka, Trebilco, Shepherd and Tucker. I think Kadaka and Shepherd are on the way to their age group finals. And then we're looking for swimmers under 4:01 to get into the 18s and over final here. 50 metres to go, the final turn. It's Melbourne-Smith ahead of Harry Wynne-Jones and then Brodie Gordon-Gibson. And Tyler Melbourne-Smith looking pretty easy here. He'll be on his way to the final comfortably in the 18s and overs. We need to keep an eye on the time for everybody else. 4:01 the target for the other swimmers. Tyler Melbourne-Smith safely through to the 18s and over final. And who else can get in that 4:01 area? Well, second in that heat, Harry Wynne-Jones. And I don't think we're going to get many qualifiers for the 18 and over final from that heat. We had, from memory, 6 swimmers under 4:01 in the previous heat. So Brodie Gordon-Gibson in third there might not make the 18s and over final. Gabriel Shepherd disqualified in lane 0, so he won't make the 16 years final, but Kurosh Kadaka in 8th there will be in the 17s final with 4:04.91. That completes the 400 metres freestyle heats for men. We'll have the 10 fastest swimmers in each age group back for the finals tonight. The final session from 5 p.m. So if you're here watching the live stream supporting a particular swimmer who's qualified for the finals, join us at 5 p.m. to watch those finals. Or 4 p.m. in fact today. Our final session begins 4 p.m. I wouldn't like you to miss the first hour of action, so join us at 4 p.m. We move on now to women's mixed classification 50 metres freestyle. And in the 50 metres events, we start at the opposite end of the pool. We're swimming across 2 heats here, and our swimmers from the far side are Connie Ratley for Colchester, Brooklyn Hale for Cockermouth, Eliza Humphrey for Northampton, Yona Winifred for Tunbridge, Fern Snedden, Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson, Amanda Redhead for Maxwell, Claire Connon for City of Cambridge, and Ellie Chalice for Clacton. The swimmers across several classifications here, so it's the points totals we are looking for to determine the finalists. And first to touch the wall in lane 8, Connie Ratley, 32.29, that's worth 605 points. Brooklyn Hale, 610 points. Yona Winifred there in lane 5, 722 points. And Claire Conlon in lane 2, 794. And in lane 1, Ellie Chalice scores 526 points. So Claire Connon with the highest points total there. 794, and as we say in these events, 750 and above is considered to be world class. So 794. Yona Winifred with 722. We have to wait for the judges to check the goggles for visually impaired athletes before the result is confirmed. That's why we have a slight delay. When we see the full rundown, I think Brooklyn Hale will be in third place with 610 points, and then Connie Ratley with 605. And we'll have 10 swimmers in the next heat. It's the 10 swimmers with the highest point scores that will go through to the final. So we just wait for our judges to check the goggles, and what they check for is to make sure they are completely blacked out, because those are the rules for visually impaired swimmers. And there is our confirmation of the result. Claire Collins, 794 points. Yona Winifred, 722. And the rule of thumb for the Paralympics GB team leaders is to say that 750 and above is world-class swimming. Now, swimmers now for Heat 2. And they are, from the top of the picture, Callie-Ann Warrington, Amber Haycock, Abby Kane, Astrid Carroll. Lane 5 is empty. Then it's Scarlett Humphrey, Eva French, Megan Willis, Rebecca Hardy-Bishop and Evie Lambert. As a rule of thumb, we expect the fastest swimmers to be on the far side of the pool, fastest against the clock, but that doesn't reflect their expected points totals. So we have Callie-Ann Warrington first to the wall, 28.55, 885 points. That's a brilliant time there for Callie-Ann Warrington, 885. And then the second highest points total there was for Scarlett Humphrey with a time of 32.21 in the S11 class, which is 745 points. And what we have to remember is the points totals from the previous heat. So the swimmers with the highest 10 points totals will qualify for the finals. We are waiting for the judges to check the visually impaired goggles before we get confirmation of the final rankings. But I can tell you that Callie-Ann Warrington with 885, that will be the highest score that we've seen so far. Then Scarlett Humphrey with 745, that will be our third best score so far. Amber Haycock 732, that will be our fourth best score so far. So Claire Connon from Heat 1 will be in the final. Yona Winifred from Heat 1 will also be in the final. What we're waiting to see now is whether Brooklyn Hale from Heat 1 with 610 points and Connie Ratley with 605 will get into the final, and they will. They will both qualify. And then we are looking at Evie Lambert, I think, as the 10th qualifier for the final. So the final will come up in the 4 p.m. session today. We move on now to the men's multi-classification, and it's 50 metres freestyle here. 2 heats. Our 3 swimmers in Heat 1, Bruce D, Archie Hare and Jamie Curtis. Lane 5, Jamie Curtis in the blue cap. In the white cap in lane 4, Archie Hare. And in the dark cap, nearest to us, Bruce D for Northampton. These 3 swimmers will be swimming around 30 to 32 seconds, I would expect, for this 50 metres freestyle. And then we'll be looking for the points totals. And we're just arranging there. I think you would have seen starting equipment for lane 4 to help Archie Hare as a visually impaired athlete. And there you go. You just saw the lights flashing there next to lane 4. Here we go then. We're looking at 30 to 32 seconds for these swimmers. If anyone were to go under 30 seconds, well, you'll know immediately that is a brilliant swim. And all 3 swimmers going really well here. Bruce D nearest to us. He'll be part of the Paralympics team in Paris next month. So looking at the clock and touching first, Jamie Curtis in 30.51, then Archie Hare in 31.11 and Bruce D 33.44. And then we look at those points totals. It's Bruce D who gets the highest number of points for that swim, 623. The second highest points total there was for Archie Hare in the S11s class, 576. And Jamie Curtis, 484 points. We've got 11 swimmers competing over these 2 heats, and with 10 places in the final, it's the one swimmer with the lowest points total who will not qualify for the final. So you'll see when we get the result confirmed, once Archie Hare's goggles have been checked by the judges, you will see that our third place swimmer there was Jamie Curtis with 484 points. So what we're looking for in the final heat is whether or not 484 beats anybody's points total in the second heat. And that will determine our 10 finalists. And here are our swimmers for the final heat, heat number 2. The swimmers Matthew Redfern, Kieran Williams, Rowan Brennan, Thomas Navarro-Barber, Oliver Carter, Kai Gelsthorpe, Aidan Stanbrook, Jacob Wood and Owen Say. And swimmers here will range, I think, from about 26 seconds to 29 or 30. And on the far side, it's Matthew Redfern who's coming in first. As always, you look at the time, 26.16, then the points total, and all 9 of those swimmers score higher than 484 points. So Jamie Curtis from Heat 1 will be the swimmer who misses out on the place in the final. And we have all of these 9 swimmers qualified, the result confirmed. So those 9 swimmers all qualify for the final. We will see them all again in our final session at 4 p.m. Our next heats are women's 200 metres breaststroke age group competition. 8 swimmers in heat 1. I'll introduce them all to you once we get going. And all swimmers in heat 1 are in the 13s and 14s age group. And the swimmers then in lane 8, furthest from us on the far side of the pool, Eliana Zobel for Camden Swiss Cottage, Isabella Parsons Loads for Repton, Nina Murray for Camden Swiss Cottage, Sophie Kilby for Seagulls, Eve Hibbert for City of Sheffield, Jessica Hill for Tiverton, Donggi Vo for City of Sheffield, and Joanne Andrews for Wrexham. 4 lengths of the ball then on breaststroke. And first to turn here will be lane 7, Isabella Parsons Loads. Personal bests in this heat are around the 2:47 mark. So by and large, that's the sort of time we are looking for a good swim for any one of these 8 swimmers. And it's Isabella Parsons Loads out in front. I think in lane 6, Nina Murray probably just behind in second and probably in third. Right now in lane 3, Jessica Hill. Parsons Loads will turn first. Halfway through this 200 metres breaststroke, ahead of Murray and Hill. And then next to turn was Eve Hibbert, then Sophie Kilby, Eliana Zobel, Joanne Andrews and Donggi Vo. Now starting to accelerate in lane 6 is Nina Murray. And look at the difference in the stroke rate between lanes 7 and 6. And Murray is now speeding things up and closing in on Parsons Loads as we come to the final turn. Parsons Loads ahead of Murray then, and then Hibbert, Hill, Zobel, Andrews, Kilby and Vaux. And we're aiming to get under 2 minutes 47 for as many of these swimmers as we can. Isabella Parsons Loads looking like she is finishing strongly and possibly even accelerating away from Nina Mori in second place here. In lane 4, Eve Hibbert in third place. How many swimmers can we get under 2:47 here? If we do that, then it's by and large a personal best across the pool. So Wells from Isabella Parsons Loads, 2:42.68. Nina Mori, 2:44.47. Eve Hibbert, 2:47.88. Eliana Zobel, 2:48.45. And Jessica Hill, 2:48.8. So really good there for Parsons Loads and for Mori. Parsons Loads knocking 5 seconds off her previous best there. And Nina Mori with 2:44 had a PB by 3 seconds. So those two swimmers doing really well. Eve Hibbert has been disqualified in lane 4. So Eve Hibbert disqualified, unfortunately. Well done though, Parsons Loads and Mori under 2:47 for both of them. That's good swimming in heat 1, and we go on to heat 2. Our swimmers in heat 2, on the far side, Lowry Williams for Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson. Then it's Jemima Da Silva for Camden Swiss Cottage, Yanting Emily Pack for City of Cambridge, Lily Mundell, Heart of Midlothian, Ella Bissix for City of Swansea Aquatics, Lauren Kenner for Millfield, Eloise Herbert for Tadcaster York. In 2, it's Florrie Spicer for City of Bristol, lane 1, Ella Thompson, Perth City, and lane 0, Amber Hinton for Dumfries. Our leader here, Ella Bissix in the blue cap in lane 5. Just ahead there of Yanting Emily Pack in lane 7. Most of the swimmers in this heat are in the 13-14 age group. We do have 2 15-year age group swimmers in lane 3, Eloise Herbert, and lane 7, Yanting Emily Pack. And we have 2 17-year age group swimmers in the centre of the pool, Lauren Kenner and Ella Bissix. This is a good second 50 for lane 9, Lowry Williams and Yanting Emily Pack in the light blue cap of the City of Cambridge. Ella Bissix still up there with the leaders at this turn. Eloise Herbert in lane 3, turning in 4th place there. We want to get as many swimmers under 2 minutes 45 as we can in this heat. 2:45 and better is strong swimming for these 10 swimmers. And also coming in to contention now, 2 lanes from the top, having a very strong third 50, Jemima Da Silva. And Jemima is born in 2011, so she would be considered a 13-year-old swimmer. We don't have a separate 13-year age group category at these championships. It's 13s and 14s. And she's going very well there. Da Silva, 2 lanes from the top of the picture, having a very strong second half to this race. Our lead 2 in this heat, in lane 4, Lauren Kenner, and in lane 2, Florrie Spicer. Lowry Williams on the far side is having a strong finish as well. So let's see how many swimmers here we can get under 2:45. Will we get any? It's going to be close. I think we're going to be outside that time, but only just. Ella Bissix, 2:46.97. Eloise Herbert, 2:47.52. And Lowry Williams, 2:48.46. Ella Bissix in Lane 5 then winning the heats ahead of Eloise Herberts, and Larry Williams and Florrie Spicer third and fourth in the 13-14 age group, as were Jemima De Silva in fifth and Ella Thompson in sixth. This is heat 3. And swimming in heat 3, we have Sadie Robinson for West Dorset, Hannah McCarty for City of Glasgow, Hannah Sterry for Tigers, Scarlett Tinwell for Newcastle in Staffordshire, Lily Green for Plymouth Leander, Ines Griman-Beetham for Camden Swiss Cottage, Mabel Walker for Repton, Lily Horton for Wirral Metro, Chloe Ridge for Wigan Best, and Honey Rose Grocott for City of Sheffield. Lane 5 going well, Lily Green, and lane 3 even quicker, Mabel Walker. Walker turning first then. And Mabel Walker's in the 17-year age group. Second at the turn, Lily Green is in a 13-14-year age group. So our leader then is Mabel Walker. And then we're looking at the swimmers with the long glides, conserving energy in this first 100 metres. And I think Ines Griman-Beetham looks like she may well be in that category in the white cap. 5 lanes from the bottom of your picture, lane 4. And she's winding things up now, Griman-Beetham into the turn. So keep an eye on her. Walker turning first, then Green, then McCarty. Griman-Beetham was fourth at that turn. She's had a very good turn there. And we're keeping an eye on lane 4, I think, here. Griman-Beetham, I think she swam into that turn very hard. And she's up now into third and pushing for a possible second place before we get to the final turn. Honor McCarty on the far side for City of Glasgow, still going well. And also Mabel Walker, who's leading this heats. Griman-Beetham, though, who was fourth at the last turn, looks like she'll be second with 50 metres to swim. She is. And has she got the speed now to catch Mabel Walker on the final 50? Griman-Beetham is in the 16-year age category. Lily Green in lane 5, remember, in the 13-14 age group. Our leader, Mabel Walker, trying to swim for a place in the 17-year final potentially. And Honor McCarty on the far side is also a 13-14 age group swimmer. Mabel Walker still in the lead. We get to the flags with 5 metres to go. Mabel Walker finishing strongly. She's going to win the heat, and I think McCarty will get it second in lane 8, just ahead of Griman-Beetham. And in fourth there was Lily Green. Mabel Walker 2:42.63. That's a personal best by almost exactly 2 seconds. Honor McCarty 2:43.35. Good time for her. Good swim that for Mabel Walker. She went out in the lead in the first 100, and even though the other swimmers seem to be closing in, she finished very strongly, especially in the last 10 metres. And she can be very pleased with that new personal best time to win the heats. We're just waiting to have the results confirmed. We won't bring it to you. We'll wait for confirmation from our judges of the results. And here we go. Mabel Walker, 2:42.63, a 2-second PB to win heat 3. Well done. We go on to heat number 4. We have an empty lane in lane 3 here. Our 9 swimmers competing in heat 4 then are Alice Holtz for Wigan Best, Lexi Agoston for Redditch, Ella Greatbatch for Bishop Stortford, Annalise Elford for Whitney and District, Hazel Ann Carter for Wickham District, Isabel Munnock for Northumberland and Durham Performance, Millie Threlfall for City of Leeds, Elizabeth Adam for Leyland Barracudas, and Philippa Hickman for Nova Centurion. In lane 6, Annalise Elford will turn first after 50 metres. And Annalise is in the 15-year age group. There are two other swimmers in the 15-year age group. Millie Threlfall in 8th place there, and Alice Holt, who was 9th at that turn. We have two 13-14 swimmers in this heat as well. And they are both one lane in from the outside of the pool. On the far side, lane 8, Lexi Agoston. And 2 lanes in from the bottom of the picture, Elizabeth Adam for Leyland Barracudas. So after a very fast first 50, Annalise Elford is still leading, but she's been closed down now by Ella Greatbatch in 7, and in 8 by Lexi Agoston, and in 5 by Hazel Ann Carter. And 5 swimmers emerge from that halfway turn in a line. Our leading 5 there, from top to bottom of those 5 swimmers, they are Lexi Agoston, Ella Greatbatch, Annalise Elford, Hazel Ann Carter, and Isabel Munnock. And now, pulling away, we've got 2 swimmers, Agoston and Carter. Agoston in the dark cap on the far side and Carter in the green. Then it looks like Hazel Ann Carter will reach the final turn in first place. So Hazel Ann Carter turning in 1:59.72, ahead of Agoston, Munnock, Greatbatch and Elford. And now we're swimming for home. We want to get times of 2:43 or better here for any swimmer. That would be a great swim here, 2:43 or better. Hazel Ann Carter is going to win the heat. She's having a very good final 50, in fact a very good second half to this 200 metres breaststroke, and she's accelerating now with the wall in sight, increasing the stroke rates. 2:43 or better would be fantastic, and it's 2:42.29. Annalise Elford in second in the 15-year age group there, 2:44.01. Ella Greatbatch in the 16-year age group in third, 2:44.2. Lexi Agoston, our fastest 13-14 swimmer there, in 2:44.42. Hazel Ann Carter, 2:42.29 to win the heat. On we go now. This is heat number 5. We've got 9 swimmers in this heat, and they are from the far side: Abby Whitfield for Northumberland and Durham Performance, Ava Harris-Brown, Camden Swiss Cottage, Isabel Owen, City of Birmingham, Millie Cammack for Northumberland and Durham Performance, Holly Hopwood for Guildford City, Alicia de Souza for Hillingdon, Susie McNair for Stirling. Lane 2 is the empty lane, then it's Ella McDermott in the yellow cap for City of Leeds in lane 1, and in lane 0, Lois Inch for Winsford. Lane 7, Isabel Owen turning first, ahead of Holly Hopwood and Susie McNair. And in 4th place, not far behind there, Ava Harris-Brown. Lane 3 now, Susie McNair, who turns in 3rd, looking very good on this second 50. And in lane 5, Holly Hopwood, also going well. In fact, all 4 of our leaders here are looking very good. Long strokes in this first 100. And we get to the halfway turn here with McNair in the lead. 2 lengths of the pool to swim. McNair seems to be increasing the pace with every passing 50. and swimming into a comfortable first now. Holly Hopwood going with her in lane 5. And then the two swimmers in the white caps furthest from us, Ava Harris-Brown and Isabel Owen. Lane 5 now, Holly Hopwood looks like she's swimming this 50 very strongly. It all depends which one of these two swimmers finishes on a full stroke as to who touches first. I think it was Hopwood, but look, by only 6/100ths of a second. Then Owen, then Harris-Brown. We're hoping for times of 2:42 or better for swimmers in this heat. 2:42 or better. And Holly Hopwood in lane 5 is swimming a very good final 50 now. Really accelerating through this 50 well. Well, let's watch Holly Hopwood. Is she going to increase the stroke rate as we get into the last 10 as well? Here we go, 5 metres to go. Holly Hopwood, her PB 2:42.76, that's going to go. 2:39.95, that's fantastic. Susie McNair 2:41.17. That's a season's best for Susie McNair. Isabel Owen in third there with 2:41.38. And Eva Harris-Brown 2:42.17, a personal best. But Holly Hopwood, nearly a 3-second PB there for Holly. Well swum in heat 5. On we go to heat 6. We have two empty lanes here, lanes 9 and 7. Our swimmers then from the far side, lane 8, with empty lanes either side of her, is Maya Rogers for Warrender Baths. Then it's Perry Scobby for Stirling, Esme Hall for Northumberland and Durham Performance, Charlotte Thompson for Midlothian, Amber Rigg for Cockermouth, Charlotte Burfitt for Maidenhead, Josephine Law for Bromley, and Marina Kennedy for Camden Swiss Cottage. Lane 8, first to turn, Maya Rogers, ahead of Josephine Lawn, Amber Rigg and Charlotte Burfitt. Now, looking good here in lane 1, Josephine Lawn on this second 50. Very high stroke, lifting herself high out of the water and then really thrusting forward with the kick. A slightly lower stroke in lane 3 for Amber Rigg. And our leader on the far side will still be Maya Rogers as we get to the halfway turn. Rogers 1:17.21. And then Rigg and Lawn also under 1:18 for the first 100 metres. Coming through now, 3 lanes from the bottom of the picture, Charlotte Burfitt. Coming right into contention here in the dark cap. So at the halfway turn, Burfitt obviously holding a little in reserve and now ready to use that to swim past Josephine Lawn. And also going well now, lane 4, Charlotte Thompson in the yellow cap, 5 lanes in the bottom here. I think Rogers will still turn first with 50 to go. But we've got swimmers now closing in with 50 metres of the pool to swim. We want times in this heat of 2:41 or better. If we get under 2:41, then you've had a very good swim in this heat. Our leader then, Amber Rigg now, but coming through Burfitt in lane 2 in the dark cap, and in lane 6, it's Perry Scobby finishing very strongly. I think Burfitt is going to come through and really challenge Amber Rigg here. They're both going to stretch for the touch to win this heat. It's Burfitt who does it, 2:40.91. Amber Rigg 2:41.02. Perry Scobby 2:41.31. and Maya Rogers 2:41.52. 4 swimmers getting under 2:42 there, that's great. Charlotte Burfitt in 2:40.91, beating her previous personal best. Amber Rigg with the PB as well, and Perry Scobby too. Maya Rogers, that's her first swim under 2 minutes 42 seconds. So I think we had 4 PBs there for swimmers in first, second, third and fourth places. On we go to heat number 7. All 10 lanes in use here. Amelia Oliver on the far side of the pool represents Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson. Then it's Amelie Spicer for City of Bristol, Charlize Harding for Norwich Swan, Gwenlyan Evans for City of Cardiff, Margarita Stoimanova, Newman and University of East London, Ruby Stevenson for City of Milton Keynes, Chloe Grosvenor for City of Birmingham, Charlotte Hardy for Millfield, Neve Dunbar for City of Leicester, and Amber Valletta for Walsall Swim and Water Polo Club. Charlotte Hardy turning in 35.12, over half a second ahead then at the turn of Amelia Oliver. And Charlotte Hardy looking good here. Very powerful kick, and then holding on to that kick for as long as possible, that momentum, with her arms in that streamlined position out in front of her head. On the far side, Amelia Oliver looks like she's in second and probably in third in lane 0 nearest to us, Amber Valletta. Although Ruby Stevenson in lane 4 is coming through well here as well. So Charlotte Hardy in the lead in the green cap for Millfield. And then Amelia Oliver on the far side. And which swimmers are going to make their move now that we're into the third 50 of this 200 metres breaststroke? Well, I think in lane 4, Ruby Stevenson is looking very strong now as well. Stevenson's trying to get up into the leading group, and she looks like she's building a real momentum there in third place at the moment in lane 4. Hardy had to reach for the wall slightly there in lane 2. Oliver turned second, Stevenson was third, but I think Stevenson in 4 has got the rhythm to come through here. Our leader then is Charlotte Hardy, and we want to get times here of around about 2 minutes 40 or better. That's what we're hoping for in this heat, 2:40 or better. Charlotte Hardy looking very strong at the finish here. Into the last 5 metres, she'll be under 2 minutes 40 for sure. And who else can get under 2:40? Well, Amelia Oliver and Ruby Stevenson both managed that. Charlotte Hardy's 2:38.05, a season's best for her. Amelia Oliver with a personal best in second place there by more than 2 seconds. Ruby Stevenson under 2:40 in third there, 2:39.73, the fastest time she swum this year. On we go to heat number 8. Our swimmers in Heat 8 are Anna Farr for Leicester Sharks, Lily Davis for City of Peterborough, Katie Coventry for Northumberland and Durham Performance, Gabriella Hunt for City of Liverpool, Sophie King for Swindon Dolphin, Danielle Seong for City of Milton Keynes, Erin Taylor for Finns, Petra Varga for Wirral Metro, Anna Healy for Wigan Best, and Hannah Bettinson for Stokesley. Sophie King will be first to turn at 50 metres, and she's swimming in the 15-year age group. Second at the turn there was Anna Farr, then third Anna Healy, Fourth, Gabriella Hunt is in the 16-year age group. So too Petra Varga, who turned there in 5th place. In lane 1, 2 lanes from the bottom of the picture. Anna Healy now swimming into contention, and also Anna Farr on the far side of the pool in lane 9. And it looks like Sophie King ahead of Anna Farr, and then Anna Healy at the halfway turn then. King in 1:15.21 at the turn. Anna Healy swimming well too. Keep an eye on lane 7 here. Katie Coventry 2 from the top. I think she is starting to wind things up. That's 3 lanes from the top of the picture. Katie Coventry, and she's up into 3rd place now. And swimming very fast now in this 3rd 50. Our leader still then is Sophie King, ahead of Anna Farr. And then Katie Coventry coming through very strongly in 7. There won't be much between these 3 at the turn. And then we have that single breaststroke pull, a dolphin kick and a breaststroke kick underwater before the swimmers' heads must break the surface. And Sophie King swimming very strongly in the lead, but I'm not sure she'll be able to hang on to the lead, because the swimmer with the real momentum is Katie Coventry in 7. Anna Farr going through into the lead, and also finishing strongly Lily Davis in lane 8 too from the top of the picture. Lily Davis with a much higher stroke rate than anyone else here. It's going to be between Coventry in 7 and Farr in 9 to get the touch. Farr gets there, 2:39.37. Coventry second, 2:39.54. Davis in third, 2:40.49. And Sophie King in fourth with 2:41.09. Personal bests for swimmers who got under 2:40. So Anna Farr, Katie Coventry, Lily Davis with 2:40.49. That was a PB. Sophie King's time there, 2:41.09 in fourth place. We go on to heat 9. We have 5 heats left to swim. Our swimmers in heat 9 then are Chloe Butler on the far side for St Ives, Nuala Gow for Garriock, Georgia Gussie for Plymouth Leander, Isabel Cameron for City of Peterborough, Maurice McNee for City of Birmingham, Matilda Potter, City of Leeds, Bonnie Mooney, City of Birmingham, Ellen Eccleston, City of Norwich, Rebecca Keatley for City of Cambridge, and Sophie Statham-Gill for City of Leicester. Isabel Cameron is in the lead, turning first in lane 6 ahead of Georgia Gussie. And Gussie had a great turn, 3 lanes from the top. She turned in second, but now she is in the lead. She really had a very good pull and kick underwater, and is swimming hard down this second 50. Chloe Butler on the far side for St Ives in the orange cap, going well too. But first to halfway will be Georgia Gussie in 7. And Bonnie Mooney in lane 3 is also going well here. Georgia Gussie emerging in from another great turn now with a big lead. She obviously swam the first 50 just holding on to as much energy as possible, and then after that 50 turn has really wound things up. 3 lanes from the bottom of the picture, Ellen Eccleston is in the frame now, and also Bonnie Mooney in lane 3. And I think Eccleston will turn second with 50 metres to go. Another big turn from Georgia Gussie, 3 lanes from the top of the picture. And we're swimming hard for home now. Good times in this heat would be 2:39 and better. And Georgia Gussie is still going strong. Ellen Eccleston finishing very strongly as well. It's going to be Gussie in 7, Eccleston in 2. And we're hoping to get good times of 2:38 or better. And look at that. Ellen Eccleston, 2:35.65, actually getting the touch. Georgia Gussie in 2nd. 3rd there was Bonnie Mooney. And Nuala Gow in 4th. 2:38 and better. Good times there. So very, very good swims for Ellen Eccleston and Georgia Gussie. Bonnie Mooney as well. Eccleston with a PB by nearly 4 seconds. And Georgia Gussie by 3 seconds. This is heat number 10. And the swimmers in Heat 10, the last of the ranked heats, are Emma Allett-File for Guildford City, Eleanor Hall for Millfield, Olivia Quillett for Maidstone, Asia Kent for Mount Kelly, Kirsty Neal for Millfield, Cora Lanham for Street and District, Morgan Brand for Rugby, Phoebe Williams-Jones for City of Cardiff, Jasmine Carter for Basildon and Phoenix, and Grace Earp for Worcester. First two at the turn ahead of the rest were Lanham and Kent Lanham in 4, Cora Lanham, and Asia Kent in 6. 6th at that turn in lane 7, 3 lanes from the top was Olivia Quiller, and Olivia is in the 13-14 age group, and she is born in 2011, so considered a 13-year swimmer. Next year she will also be in the 13-14 category, if that's how you like to think of it, because that helps you understand what an achievement it is. A 13-year swimmer at this level, swimming against and probably qualifying for a final with swimmers who are 1 year older. In the middle of the pool, the 3 swimmers there. In the lead for Street and District is Cora Lanham. Then it's Kirsty Neal from Millfield, who looks like she might be surging into the lead here. In the white cap, 4 lanes from the top of the picture is Asia Kent. And then in 4th, 2 lanes from the bottom of our picture is Jasmine Carter. Cora Lanham and Kirsty Neal will be the first 2 to touch. It all depends who finishes on a full stroke. 1/100th of a second between them. Lanham just got there first at that turn. And we turn into the last 50 then here. Good times for swimmers in this heat would be under 2 minutes 38 seconds. So under 2:38, and you're swimming very well. Kirsty Neal in 5, just ahead of Cora Lanham in 4. Jasmine Carter, 2 lanes from the bottom, finishing with a high stroke rate, coming through into 3rd. Who's going to get the touch? Is it lane 5, Neal, or 4, Lanham? It's Neal by 3/100th of a second, just ahead of Lanham. Jasmine Carter in 3rd, 2:37.16, and also under 2:38 there, Asia Kent. So those 4 swimmers all getting under 2:38. Kirsty Neal, 2:35.86, lowering her PB by over 2 seconds. Cora Lanham, 2:35.89, more than a second quicker than she swam 200 metres breaststroke before. Jasmine Carter, 2:37.16, more than a second quicker than she swam before. Well done if you got a PB in Heat 10. Now Heat 11, the first of our seeded heats. There'll be a big increase in the speed here. So with 3 seeded heats in this event, Theodora Taylor in lane 4. Leading us here is the 3rd fastest swimmer to have entered this women's 200 metres breaststroke by ranking. Hence the big increase in speed. Winning times in the final 3 heats will probably be comparable. And Taylor looking very good here, with Amy Crowley in 2nd. Theodora Taylor's in the 15-year age group, so swimming for a place in the 15 years final, as is Joni Dunn in lane 2, who's currently in 4th place. I'll introduce all 10 swimmers to you. Megan Mills on the far side for York City Baths. Then it's Maisie Brown for Rushmore Royals, Murray Gibson for City of Cardiff, Chloe Bound for Mount Kelly, Amy Crowley, City of Cardiff, Theodora Taylor for Torfin Dolphins Performance, Caris O'Reilly for City of Sheffield, Joni Dunn for City of Liverpool, Charlotte Cope for Guildford City, and Lily Jackson Oates for Nova Centurion. Taylor turning in 1 minute 12.47 at the halfway mark in this heat. Taylor is capable of swimming under 2 minutes 30 in this event. She may not need to go that quickly in the heats, but we will see if she does. By and large, Theodora Taylor has been swimming around her personal best times this week. In 2nd place, Caris O'Reilly in the red cap for City of Sheffield. And Caris has got a personal best of 2:32.97. 3rd at that turn in lane 1 was Charlotte Cope of Guildford City. As we swim the final 50 metres, it's Taylor, then O'Reilly, and Cope. In 4th place right now is Joni Dunn for City of Liverpool. Taylor is in the 15-year age group. She'll be swimming her way into the 15 years final with this swim. In lane 3, Caris O'Reilly will be hoping to get into the 18s and over final. 2:31.81 for Theodora Taylor. Caris O'Reilly 2:35.53. Charlotte Cope in 3rd. She did in the 17s final with a time of 2:36.59. 4th place there, Joni Dunn. In the 15-year final, I should expect with 2:37.93. 5th place there was Mari Gibson. And 2:39.45 I would expect to make the 16-year final. On to heat 12 with 2 heats to go then. Our swimmers in heat 12, Annabelle Cook for City of Sheffield, Holly Waymond for Maxwell, Anastasia Musat for City of Salford, Camelia Stoimanova, Swansea University, Sophie Brassington for Mount Kelly, Charlotte Bianchi for City of Sheffield, Holly Robinson for Repton, Anna Finley for Northumberland and Durham Performance, Emily Farr for University of Surrey, and Ailsa MacDonald for Edinburgh University. Camelia Stoimanova in lane 6 and Emily Farr in lane 1. The 2 swimmers with a big advantage over everybody else after 50 metres there. We have swimmers in the 15s, the 16s, the 17s and the 18s and over in this heat. 2 swimmers in the 15 years category are in lane 7, 3 from the top of the picture, and lane 9 on the far side. Anastasia Musat and Annabelle Cook. Between them, Holly Waymond in lane 8 is in the 16-year age group. And then 3 lanes from the bottom of the picture, Anna Finley is trying to swim for a place in the 17 years final. Emily Farr turning first in 1:13.3. And in lane 6, Stoimanova was second. But look at lane 5 here, Sophie Brassington. Now we're into the second half of the race, and Brassington is starting to wind things up. Stoimanova in the green cap will be trying to hang on as Brassington comes swimming through. These two swimmers are going to touch very close together. It's Brassington fast, Stoimanova at the final turn. Now, who's got the best turn? Well, there wasn't much in it at all. In fourth place there, Charlotte Bianchi had a pretty good turn as she's swimming her way back into this heat as well. Keep an eye on lane 4 then. Bianchi swimming up to try to join everybody else here. But it looks like Sophie Brassington, who's had a really good second half to this race, is still in the lead. Stoimanova now fighting back in the last 25. Both these lead swimmers should get into the 18s and over finals with their times here. Stoimanova gets the touch, 2:34.33. Brassington 2:34.67. Far in lane 3 with 2:35.46. I think all of our first 3 swimmers will qualify for the 18s and over final. It's difficult to be absolutely sure. In fourth place there was Charlotte Bianchi, 2:36.06. I'm not sure that's going to be quick enough for the 18s and over final. Anna Finley in fifth, 2:39.6. I think she'll be in the 16 years final with that time. Our final heat is heat 13. And that means in lane 4, Sienna Robinson is our fastest swimmer by rankings. Here we go. Our swimmers in this heat on the far side of the port. Olivia Robbins in the white cap for City of Birmingham. And she's in the 13-14 age group. Then we have Abigail Miles, City of Sheffield, Louise Bresler, Guildford City, Sophie Moore for Crawley, Maya Hall for Northumberland and Durham Performance, Sienna Robinson for Loughborough University, Mabley Collier for Repton, Imogen Miles for Sevenoaks, Kira Fletcher for Nova Centurion, and Caitlin Hartley for Hatfield. Sienna Robinson, I told you, the fastest swimmer by rankings. I didn't expect her to be 1.7 seconds ahead of everybody else though after 50 metres. And looking very good in this, the final heats. Completely dominant here with the way she is swimming. Lane 5, Maya Hall in second place. And it's practically a different race that's being swum by everybody else here. Sienna Robinson will be first to turn at 100 metres in 1:10.59. Maya Hall second at the turn. Third at the turn was Imogen Miles. Very little to choose between second place to 10th place in this heat. Sienna Robinson though way out in front and looking in control of her stroke and her momentum. 3 lanes from the bottom going well now. Imogen Miles, as we watch Sienna Robinson take the final turn, winding things up between the flags and the wall, getting a huge distance off the wall and then into her stroke. Robinson then on her way to the 18s and over final here quite comfortably. And who else will qualify? Maya Hall in lane 5. Looks like she'll make it into the final for the 18s and over. 4 lanes from the top of the picture. Sophie Moore also looks like she'll make it into the final. Then in lane 3, Mabley Collier. She'll be on her way into the 16s final with this swim. Sienna Robinson 2:31.92, Maya Hall 2:33.85, Sophie Moore 2:34.79. Olivia Robbins in 7th place there, 2:38.84 to get into the 13s, 14s final. So Sienna Robinson, Maya Hall, they'll be in the 18s and over final. As we move on quickly, we don't have time to run down all of the final qualifiers, but to get those details, go to the Aquatics GB website and you'll find out there exactly who's qualified for each of the age groups finals. And they will be the swimmers we'll see coming back, the fastest 10 in each age group, for our final session that begins at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Our next event is men's 200 metres backstroke. And these are the swimmers, the 6 swimmers in Heat 1, all in the 13-14 age group. Archie Harris-Joy, James Biddick, Frederick Brown, Zach Montgomery, Dylan Hill and Blake Herdman. So 200 metres backstroke, you're allowed 15 metres maximum underwater, which is where the red marker is on the lane rope before your head must break the surface. And no danger of any of these swimmers getting close to that and having anything to worry about. You will see that at the turn, the swimmers are allowed to turn onto their front. And once they are on their front, the only movements they are allowed to make are to help them turn, to perform the turn. So that's what happens there. And then once again, when you turn, you can swim underwater as far as 15 metres with those red markers on the lane rope, showing the maximum distance. We'll have swimmers later on in these heats who will use the full 15 metres at times in their race. But if you go beyond that, if your head breaks the surface after those red markers that the swimmers have just passed there, then that is a disqualification. So halfway through then, Heat 1, and our 6 swimmers swimming pretty close together. Just 3/4 of a second separating them all. And our leader at the turn was Archie Harris-Joy. He's the closest swimmer to us here. And now making a move, Zach Montgomery in lane 5, changing his stroke rate, picking things up and moving through. Interesting to see that change of stroke rate, a very deliberate choice that, obviously. So that would mean that Montgomery's race plan would be to swim the first 100 metres with as little energy spent as possible. But he didn't get a great turn there, Montgomery. He didn't really get a good push off the wall. And there was a far better turn for Harris-Joy, the closest swimmer to us, which is why he is now back in the lead. And Harris-Joy now with the quick stroke rate as well. Harris-Joy is going to win this heat. A good time for anybody in this heat would be under 2 minutes 22 seconds. 2:22 would be a great swim for anyone here. Archie Harris-Joy, he'll be under that time as he reaches for the wall. 2:20.97. Zach Montgomery gets 2:22.12. And Frederick Brown 2:22.22. He won't forget that time, will he? In third place. 2:22.22. But Archie Harris-Joy 2:20.97. And that is a personal best by virtually 2 seconds, 2 whole seconds. Well done, Archie. We go on now to heat number 2. Once again, all of the swimmers here in the 13s and 14s age group. And we have more time between the heats in backstroke because we clear the pool. In the events where the swimmers dive in, you'll have noticed that the finishing swimmers stay in the pool while they dive over the top, and then everybody climbs out while we're swimming. But in backstroke, of course, starting in the water, while we wait for everyone to clear the pool before our starters jump in. Our swimmers in this heat then, as I mentioned already, in the 13-14 category. A great start in lane 5, but not a good start in lane 4. Lane 5, that was Archie Tebbett, and lane 4, Benjamin Perdagil. The swimmers Reading from the top then, Angus Woods for Kintyre, Hayden Sanders for Bromley, Archie Maguire for Northumberland and Durham Performance, Alfie Winpenny for Teddington, Archie Tebbett for Newhall School, Benjamin Perdagil for Chelsea and Westminster. Tebbett turning first in 30.73. Then in lane 3, Jack Smith, City of Leicester. Lane 2, Yolo Thomas for Neath. Lane 1, Zachary Fiden for York City Baths. And lane 0, Miles Fletcher for City of Cardiff. Archie Tebbett, well, he had a great start, and he's really hanging on to that momentum. I can't imagine that Archie Tebbett will be turning here and going even quicker. I think he is somebody who's trying to evenly swim his way through his 200 metres backstroke. That's how I would imagine things are going. 66.91. What a great turn in lane 6 from Alfie Winpenny. He got a really good push off the wall and in a good streamlined position, really got through the water, and that's brought him up onto the hips there of Archie Tebbett. 2 lanes from the bottom, Zachary Fiden swimming very well, and 4 lanes from the bottom of the picture, Jack Smith now coming through the field. 2 lanes from the top of the picture, Hayden Sanders going well too. Our first 3 at the turn are going to be Winpenny, Tebbett and Sanders, I think. Oh, and Fiden with a really good swim into the wall there in lane 1. And Fiden now looks like he is in the lead. But various swimmers now making a good swim in the last 50, because we've got lane 3, Jack Smith going well. Lane 6 going well. Here's Alfie Winpenny. We want to get under 220 here if we can for as many swimmers as possible. That's personal best territory for all of these swimmers. 220. Come on, let's see how many we can get under that time. Jack Smith, 2:19.68. Benjamin Perdagil, 2:19.82. Alfie Winpenny got under 220 as well, 2:19.99. 3 personal bests there. Well done. Hayden Sanders, 2:20.04. And that is a PB by over 1.5 seconds. Zachary Fiden, 2:20.37. That's a PB by 0.99. Yolo Thomas, just 1/10 of a second outside his personal best. But the first 5 there, all with PBs on that 2:20 or better mark. We move on then to heat number 4. Heat 3, heat 3. Our swimmers in heat 3, William Davis for Newquay Cormorants, Samuel Hall for Elmbridge Phoenix, Alfie Toms for Maxwell, Noah Cartledge for Biddulph, Samuel Mills for Soundwell, Harry Gibson for Newcastle Swim Team, Dexter West for Pembrokeshire County, Maxwell Shachowski for Wandsworth, Norbert Kadar for City of Cambridge, and Dominic Bartoletti for Repton. Samuel Hall, 2 lanes from the top of the picture going well, and in the middle in lane 5, Samuel Mills also going well. It's Bartoletti, though, at the bottom of the picture, who turns first in 30.29 for Repton. And Bartoletti had a really, really good turn there. He turned a few tenths of a second ahead of the rest, and now he's probably getting close to having an advantage of a whole second the way he's going. And the swimmers in the middle of the pool won't be aware of Bartoletti being out ahead of them, because almost everything they can see is the ceiling. They might at the turn notice who is ahead. Bartoletti by more than a second at the halfway turn in lane 0, with Samuel Mills in lane 5. Now we've got swimmers starting to up the stroke rate, and noticeably Dexter West, 4 lanes from the bottom, is doing just that, working very hard. 3 lanes from the top of the picture, Alfie Toms going smoothly. And 2 lanes from the top of the picture, Samuel Hall as well. Bartoletti turning first, then Samuel Mills. Bartoletti's in the 13-14 age group, and look at this, he's swimming very, very well, keeping that stroke rate up, keeping that speed going as well, really hanging on to his speed. Samuel Mills is going well as well, but Bartoletti is producing the outstanding performance of this heat. We'd like to see swimmers going 2:16 or better here. We're definitely going to get that from our first two. Bartoletti first in 2:13.26, and Samuel Mills 2:13.75. Not a bad time in third either for Dexter West, 2:16.98. That's a personal best. So PBs for our first three swimmers there. So well done to Dexter West in third. But those times under 2:14 for Samuel Mills and Dominic Bartoletti. Absolutely brilliant. Bartoletti's PB before today, 2 minutes 18.31. Dominic Bartoletti, you are now a 200-metre backstroke swimmer, I'm afraid. Whether you realise that or not before today, with a time like that. Brilliant, brilliant swim. Now we have heat 4. Our swimmers here are Zach Fellows for City of St Albans, Alfie Owen for Wigan Best, Jack Hurry for Northampton, Ethan Thorpe for Basildon and Phoenix, Harvey Kershaw for Mount Kelly, Corey Phillip for Dundee City Aquatics, Daniel Payton for Northumberland and Durham Performance, Ethan Soppert Moss for Corby, Toby Nakamura Drew for Plymouth Leander, and Byron Saul Tucker for Portsmouth North Sea. I'm sure you spotted lanes 1 and 2 had brilliant starts. That's Ethan Soppert Moss in 2 and Toby Nakamura Drew in lane 1. They had huge underwaters off the start and they really got to 15 metres ahead of anybody else. So brilliant skills for both of those swimmers there to get this 200 metres backstroke underway. In lane 5 here, Harvey Kershaw, he's in 8th place at the moment. He is in the 13s, 14s category. Most swimmers in this heat are 15 years swimmers. Off the turn then, Thorpe was first at the wall, but Soppert Moss was better underwater and emerges in first place. Nakamura Drew going well in lane 1. But now we're into the swimming, and Ethan Thorpe is moving away from the rest of the fields. Zach Fellows on the far side for City of St Albans also going well. We're coming into the final turn then. It's Ethan Thorpe, then Nakamura Drew, then Payton. That's Daniel Payton, first time we've mentioned him in the race, followed by Soppert Moss. Nakamura Drew then is our leader as we come to the last 25 metres, but Ethan Thorpe is going well in lane 6. In this heat 4, we're looking for times of 2:14 or better for these swimmers, and we're going to get that for the first two there. Nakamura Drew 2:13.75, Ethan Thorpe 2:14.13. Nakamura Drew nearly 2 seconds quicker than ever before. Ethan Thorpe 2:14.13, beating his previous PB as well. Third place in that heat was Jack Hurry in a time of 2:15.31, also with a personal best. So by and large, you can see PBs for our first three swimmers in each heat. Alfie Owen actually got a PB as well there in 4th place with 2:15.33. We move on now to heat number 5. Our swimmers then in Heat 5 are Benjamin McDougall for Wickham District, Finn Adams for Teddington, Wilfred Lee for Millfield, Archie Dandy for Leicester Sharks, David Hope for Bridlington, Marcus Hay for Wickham District, Oliver Davis Tootle for City of Sheffield, Zach Sheriff for Wickham District, Aaron Drake for Warrender Baths, and Lachlan Taylor for City of Bristol. We've got 3 swimmers turning together there. Lane 5, David Hope, lane 2, Zach Sheriff, and lane 3, Oliver Davis Tootle. And those 3 swimmers are all in the 16-year age group. Benjamin McDougall on the far side is in the 13-14s age group, and then we have 3 15-year swimmers in this race. 2 lanes from the top, Finn Adams, 3 lanes from the top, Wilfred Lee, and 2 lanes from the bottom of the picture, Aaron Drake. Still, we have this group of 5 then ahead of the rest at the halfway point. Davis Tootle turning first ahead of Sheriff, Hope, Taylor and Hay. And now Zach Sheriff looking very good in lane 2. That's 3 lanes from the bottom of the picture. Oliver Davis Tootle swimming with him. And on the outside lane, on the near side, Lachlan Taylor. And now in lane 4, Marcus Hay also going well in lane 4. Davis Tootle looks like he'll turn just ahead of the rest. Into the last 50 metres. Big turn in lane 5 there for David Hope, you'll have noticed. But our leading pair are in lane 2, Oliver Davis Tootle. And in lane 2, Zach Sheriff. And these 2 swimmers in the 16 years age group. We want to get under 2 minutes 13, please, for as many swimmers as we can here. Under 2:13. Come on, how many can do that? Oliver Davis Tootle, 2:11.86. Jack Sheriff, 2:19.9. Lachlan Taylor was third, 2:13.8. Fourth place there was Finn Adams in the 15-year age group. So the fastest of the 3 15-year-olds in there. Wilfred Lee, also 15 swimmer. And Aaron Drake, 15-year swimmer. Benjamin McDougall, remember, in the 13-14 category with a time of 2:17.42. But under 2:13 there, our first 2 swimmers, personal best times. We have 7 heats to swim. This is heat number 6. 7 heats to come. And these are our swimmers in heat 6. Well, lane 7 is empty, and I'll introduce the swimmers, the 9 swimmers who are competing there. Lane 9, Oscar Winterburn. Lane 8, Harry Cox. Winterburn swimming for Team Ipswich, Cox for Thanet. Then we have the empty lane. Then it's Oliver Smith for Basildon and Phoenix, Harry Sharp for Warrender Baths, Martin Yankov for Repton, Finlay Richardson for Guildford City, James Page for City of Birmingham, Nikolai Cisnet for City of Glasgow, and Ryan Close of Bedford. Ryan Close the fastest over the first 50, then in 29.52. And then Yankov, Sharp and Winterburn and Smith all pretty close to one another at that 50-metre turn. So the next question is whether Ryan Close can hang on to this speed that he's built up so far. And not only could he hang on to it, let's hope he can build on it. That would be brilliant to see. Close then turning first ahead of Yankov, and Yankov would have seen that Close is in the lead at that turn. He would have realised that he is now in front. So Yankov now will probably think he has to up his speed. In their peripheral vision, the swimmers can see the swimmers who are behind them. You can certainly see the fingertips of swimmers who are behind you. Most of the time, what you're looking at is the ceiling and making sure you're swimming in a straight line. So Yankov will have realised at the turn he was in second place. He'll have upped his speed there. And then we turn for the final time with close now a quarter of a second ahead of Yankov. And then in third place there in lane 6, Oliver Smith. Close still going really well. He's a 16-year age group swimmer, but he's being overtaken here by another 16-year swimmer, Martin Yankov. In lane 6, in third place at the moment, Oliver Smith is in the 17 years age group. It's going to be Yankov first, and very close for second. 2:10.9 for Martin Yankov, Oliver Smith 2:11.85, Ryan Close 2:12.13. Fourth place there was Nikolai Cisnet in 2:12.53. And we'll check those times against the PBs. Martin Yankov, that's the first time he's gone quicker than 2:12. Oliver Smith there, 2:11.85. That's the first time he's been under 2:13. And Ryan Close, 2:12.13. That's a PB by more than a second. So, as I like to say, as a rule of thumb, the first three swimmers in the heats tend to be swimming faster than ever before. Here comes heat number 7. Our swimmers in Heat 7 are Janos Kadar for City of Cambridge, Elliot Lawton for City of Coventry, Makar Yakno for Portsmouth North Sea, Sam Adams for Anaconda, Logan van der Meulen for Stirling Swimming, Louis Thorne for City of Bristol, William Viney for City of Birmingham, Edward Ormsby for City of Cambridge, Jack Arnold for Millfield, and Lachlan Beasley for City of Manchester Aquatics. Sam Adams for Anaconda turning first, 29.28, and then in second at that turn was William Viney in lane 3. Both of those swimmers under 30 seconds for the first 50. Most swimmers in this heat are in the 17 years age group. The exceptions, 3 lanes from the top, Makar Yakno, who is a 13-14 age group swimmer, and we have 2 16 swimmers, 1 lane in from the outside lanes on either side of the pool. At the bottom of the picture, lane 1, Jack Arnold, and on the far side, turning now in lane 8, Elliot Lawton. Our leader at the turn then, Sam Adams, out in 61.97, but look at Jack Arnold, 2 lanes from the bottom now, powering through on the third 50. Look at this. Well, he hit that turn and has come away from the wall and really, really not just changed one gear, he's gone up 3 or 4 there. So Jack Arnold swimming right up level now with our leader at the turn. Who's going to get to the wall first? Who's got the most momentum? It's Sam Adams, but only just ahead of Arnold. And also going well, 3 names from the bottom, Edward Ormsby for City of Cambridge. Can anybody match Jack Arnold here? Is Jack Arnold going to hang on to this pace? He's in the 16 years category, Jack Arnold. And he's holding on to it well. Sam Adams in lane 6 doesn't get his arms moving quite as quickly as Arnold here. Jack Arnold's going to hit the wall in 2:08.65, followed by Sam Adams and Edward Ormsby. Jack Arnold had never swum quicker than 2:12 in this event before today, and that's a 2:08.65. Sam Adams in second place with a personal best. Edward Ormsby there, 2:10.2. That's also a PB by more than 2 seconds. And Janos Kadar in fourth there with 2:10.97. So 4 swimmers under 2:11. And Janos Kadar, that's the first time he's gone quicker than 2:12. Well done if you get a PB at these summer championships. This is the time to do it, and it shows you've got your preparations just right. We go on now to heat number 8. And our swimmers in Heat 8 are Isaac Buchan for Northumberland and Durham Performance, Monty Smith for Wickham District, Edward Bell for Seagulls, Findlay Caudle for Repton, Ross Edwards for City of Cardiff, Daniel Johnston for Novio Sogar, Joseph Box for City of Birmingham, Xander Tovey for Millfield, Ben Uff for Mount Kelly, and Benedict McCarthy for City of Cardiff. Looks like lane 1 might turn first. Ben Uff in a time of 30.14 there, ahead of Bell, Johnston, Buchan, Edwards, Box, Caudle, McCarthy, Tovey and Smith. We have one 13, 14-year swimmer here in Xander Tovey in lane 2, 3 from the bottom of the picture. We have 2 in the 15 years age group, 3 in the 15 years age group. The nearest swimmer to us, that's Benedict McCarthy. Then in lane 5, Ross Edwards. And in lane 8, Monty Smith. 2 16-year age group swimmers. Ben Uff in lane 1, the leader, and Joseph Box in lane 3, currently in 5th place. Everybody else is in the 17 years age group. Ben Uff then is still leading, as he has been since the 50-metre turn, but the swimmers in the middle of the pool now are gaining on him. Uff will turn in first place for the 3rd time in this heat. And now we're looking to try and get him under his personal best in the last 50. Ben Uff's PB is 2:09.24. So let's hope we can get under that time for Ben Uff. And let's get as many swimmers as possible under 2:10 as well here. I think we might get a few. Let's see, Ben Uff is still in the lead as we get into the last 5 metres. How many can we get under 2:10, and can we get a PB for Ben Uff? 2:09.3, 6/100ths of a second outside his PB. I'm sorry we don't have the times to display there yet for everybody else. They will come in due course though. We will get the times. The backup systems will kick in, and we'll have the confirmed times for you in a moment. All we do know at the moment is that Ben Uff in 2:09.3 is a season's best, so quicker than he's gone earlier in 2024, so well done for that. And we wait to see how many swimmers got under 2:11. Not sure if we had any others under 2:10, judging by the finish. As I'm sure you can appreciate, we're just waiting for the backup systems to kick in and give us the times for all of the swimmers. And I think we may just be getting those times coming through in a moment. I'm seeing in front of me backup times coming through for Xander Tovey, 2:10.29. And the result is official. Xander Tovey with a personal best in 2nd place there. I'm sorry we lost the times on the screen, but I can tell you Ross Edwards, if you didn't catch it there, and you didn't have long to catch it, he got 2:10.37 in 3rd place there. That was Ross Edwards with a personal best as well. Joseph Box, 2:10.39, was in 4th. 5th was Edward Bell, 2:10.89. Findlay Caudle was 6th in 2:10.93. And then we had swimmers in the 2:12 region. Isaac Buchan was in 7th in 2:12.36. I'm reading these times out because I know you don't have them on the screen. Lane 8, 8th place was Daniel Johnston in 2:12.47. Monty Smith We'll be waiting to see if he got in the 15-year final. His time was 2:12.51, and that was the fastest, well, the second fastest 15 time in that heat. Third fastest was Benedict McCarthy in the 15s category with 2:15.36. We are going to have a delay while the officials check all of our timing equipment to make sure that everything is working for the heats to come. We'll make sure that everything is correct and in full working order for the coming heats. And I think our officials are working on that as we speak. You might be able to see behind the blocks our swimmers sitting down, and many of them trying to keep warm by putting their tracksuits back on as we have this slight delay in proceedings. I'll remind you of the events that we still have to come in this session. Women's 100 metres butterfly will be our next event after the 200 metres backstroke heats are complete. We've got 4 more of these 200 metres backstroke heats to come, and after that we'll have women's 100 metres butterfly. Let's see if we can get you a list of those events to come on our screen. So after the men's 200 metres backstroke, here you can see we'll have women's 100 metres butterfly. That's the event to come after this, when we have the age group heats for women's 100 metres butterfly. We'll see the likes of Holly Widows in that women's 100 metres butterfly, capable of swimming under 60 seconds. After that, men's 50 metres butterfly. And we'll finish with the mixed classification events as well. I've hurried through that because we have everything ready to go now for Heat 9 now of the men's 200 metres backstroke. And this is the last of our heats that are arranged by ranking. So that means that the 10 swimmers here are ranked in 31st to 40th places in this event. And then when we get into the last 3 heats, we spread all of the fastest 30 swimmers across the last 3 heats. So these 10 swimmers would be expected to go times that are roughly quicker than the previous heat. That's how it works. Now 10 swimmers are Jensen Owen on the far side for City of Sheffield, Joseph Adams for Chelsea and Westminster, Jack Doherty-Simpson for City of Glasgow, Harvey Reid for City of Birmingham, Finley John for Bridgend County, Nikita Charakin for Thurrock, Benjamin Guthrie for City of Milton Keynes, Lucas Brown for University of Stirling, Finley Bruce for Perth City, and Henry Taylor for Stockport Metro. Lucas Brown turning first at the halfway mark in 60.63 seconds. Second at that turn was Finley John, also under 61 seconds. Our first 3 swimmers then, 3 from the bottom of the picture. Lucas Brown, then in lane 0, Henry Taylor on the near side, and Finley John in the middle of the pool in lane 5. We'd like to see swimmers go under 2:08, I think, in this heat. 2:08, and that will, as a rule of thumb, mean personal best times. Great turn in lane 5 there for Finley John. He was leading by 0.6 of a second at the wall, but he's got away from most swimmers with that turn, and it was a good turn as well for Henry Taylor on the near side. And coming through very strongly in lane 6 now, Harvey Reid. He's having a very strong final 50, and he might get close to Finley John in the middle, and also going well in lane 3 here with a strong finish, Benjamin Guthrie, but lane 5 will touch first. No, just beaten in fact by Henry Taylor in lane 0. Only 100th of a second between them. So Henry Taylor in lane 0, 208.06. Then Finley John 208.07. Harvey Reid 208.41. Jensen Owen 208.77 and Benjamin Guthrie 208.86. 5 swimmers then under 209. And certainly the first 3 there, all with personal best times. Jensen Owen, that was a PB as well in 4th. So heat 10, the first of our seeded heats, which means we have a mixture here of swimmers ranked from 1st to 30th. Samuel Greenbank in lane 4 is actually 3rd by ranking. Then the next fastest swimmer in this heat is Fergus Thompson, who is 6th by ranking, and then we'll have Oliver Pope 9th by ranking, and that's how it's calculated, so that the last 3 heats are all integrated and our fastest 30 swimmers are spread out, and we'll only have 9 swimmers in this heat. Lane 8 is empty. So the 9 swimmers here. On the far side, Zino Ubertalli for Chelsea and Westminster. Then the empty lane. Then it's Harry Nicholson for Newcastle, Jamie Ferguson for University of Aberdeen, Fergus Thompson for Mount Kelly, Samuel Greenbank for City of Sheffield, Oliver Pope for Thanet, Finley Pope for Ramsbottom, Rhys Blackett for Newcastle, and Oliver Baskerville for Hatfield. You may well ask, why is lane 8 left empty? Why isn't the swimmer in lane 9, Zino Ubertalli, moved in to fill the empty lane? And the reason is it's all to do with the timing system, to make sure that the times are assigned to the swimmers. So that's why we all stick to the lanes that we have been assigned before the event begins. And you might think Zino Ubertalli is at a disadvantage to be in a lane out on his own there. Well, that is the reason for it. First at the turn in lane 4 is Samuel Greenbank for City of Sheffield. And second at the turn there was Oliver Pope. 2 swimmers with the surname Pope. Oliver Pope in 3 and Finley Pope in lane 2. Samuel Greenbank then, as we would expect by the rankings, swimming out in front. And I think this is a very impressive performance for Harry Nicholson in second place in lane 7. 3 lanes from the top of the picture. Turning 1.5 seconds behind our leader there. Into the last 50 then. Most swimmers in this heat are in the 18s and over category. And if you finish in the top 2 in the 18s and over in this heat, I think you can feel that that's pretty safe to be a top 10 fastest time in the 18s and over, and therefore a place in the final. Samuel Greenbank then in lane 4. He'll be swimming his way into the 18s and over final. What's the time? 2:02.88. Harry Nicholson 2:04.75. That should be good enough for a place in the final. Oliver Pope, I'd have to wait and see with a 2:06.07, but it might be quick enough. Fergus Thompson in 5th place is in the 17 years category. That should get in the final, 2:08.68. Also in the 17s, Finley Pope, 2:09.04. Oliver Baskerville in 8th place there is in the 16 years category, and he should get in the final with a 2:09.25. We have 2 more heats of 200 metres backstroke, and if you're following the way it works with the enmeshed seeding, the circle seeding for the last 3 heats, well, Oscar Dodds in lane 4 here is the second fastest swimmer by ranking in the event overall. Let's introduce the swimmers then. In Heat 11, it's Jude Denning for Repton, Adam White for Millfield, Isaac Thompson for Tigers, Charlie Broom, City of Leeds, Jordan McPhail, Edinburgh University, Oscar Dodds for Tigers, Toby Godsall for Millfield, Edward Marshall Whittles for Chelsea and Westminster, David Annis for the Royal Wolverhampton School, and Aidan Orpin for Sutton and Cheam. Jordan McPhail turning in 28.68 ahead of Edward Marshall Whittles. And Toby Godsall in lane 3. Looks like he got a good turn there to put himself in contention as we swim towards the halfway point in this 200 metres backstroke heat. Toby Godsall in 3, and the white cap 4 lanes from the bottom of the picture is in the 17 years age group. So to Adam White, 2 lanes from the top of the picture. They'll be trying to get into the 17 years final here. We have 2 16 years age group swimmers. Lane 7, 3 lanes from the top of the picture going well. That's Isaac Thompson. And on the near side, at the bottom of the picture, Aidan Orpin. So I reckon the first 2 swimmers in the 18s and over will get into the final for their age group here. Jordan McPhail looks like he's on course to do just that. And Oscar Dodds in lane 4 probably as well. Edward Marshall Whittles will be thinking that 3rd place would be quick enough here. If you can get under 2:06, I think. Under 2:06 for 18s and over will get in the final from this heat. Isaac Thompson, 3 lanes from the top. He's going to be in the 16s and overs final. No problem at all. That's a great swim for Isaac Thompson. In lane 5, Jordan McPhail will win the heats and make the final comfortably. Second to touch, Oscar Dodds, 2:04.63. Third, Isaac Thompson then in that 16 years age group. And 4th, Marshall Whittles. I think 2:05.16 in 4th place in that heat. He's the 3rd fastest 18 and over in that heat. I think 2:05.16 probably will be quick enough for the final there for Marshall Whittles. Charlie Broom, 2:06.58. I think that's going to be just outside the final. We will only know when we've had the final heats. And here it comes, heat 12. And in lane 4, Adam Graham is our fastest swimmer by rankings. Dean Fern, lane 5, 4th fastest by the rankings. Then Bryden Byrne, he'll be the 7th fastest by the rankings. That's how it works with the last 3 heats. Dean Fern, though, in lane 5 is swimming in the 16 years category. Bryden Byrne in the 17s. There are only 4 swimmers in this heat in the 18s and over. I'll give you all those details once we get going. Our swimmers in the final heat then. On the far side, Callum Peebles for East Lothian. A big underwater start there in lane 8 for Jamie Gray of Plymouth Leander. Then it's George Whittle for Derby Excel. Andrew Brodie for Edinburgh University. Dean Fern for Aberdeen Dolphins. Adam Graham for Millfield. Bryden Byrne for Mount Kelly. Dennis Miałkowski for Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson. Daniel Ransom for City of Leeds. And Austin Manley for Repton. First at the turn, Dean Fern. Now remember, he's in the 16 years age group. The other 16-year swimmer in this heat is 2 lanes from the bottom of the picture, Daniel Ransom. We have 1 13-14 swimmer at the bottom of the picture, Austin Manley. We have 3 17-year swimmers, 2 lanes from the top of the picture, Jamie Gray. 3 from the bottom, Dennis Miałkowski, and 4 from the bottom, Bryden Byrne. And the rest are in the 18s and over. First at the turn was Adam Graham, who is in the 18s and over. And second at the turn was Dean Fern, both under 60 seconds at the turn. And we've got 5 swimmers away from the rest here in the middle of the pool. Adam Graham out in front and heading for the 18s and over final with this swim. Andrew Brodie will also be looking for a place in the 18s and over final. Bryden Byrne in third place should be getting into the 17th final with this. And Denis Miałkowski in lane 2, I think he'll be in the 17th and over final as well. Adam Graham is going to win this heat. And we're looking at the clock then to see the time. A comfortable 2:03.92 sees Adam Graham into the final. Bryden Byrne in second there. He'll be in the 17th final for sure. Andrew Brodie in third in the heat, 2:05.58. That will get in the 18s and over final, I'm pretty sure as well. And Denis Miałkowski, you'll see here finishing in fourth. That will get into the 17s final. Fifth place and seventh place there, Dean Fern and Daniel Ransom, they'll be in the 16th final. And in ninth place in the heats, Austin Manley. He will be making it into the final for the 14s. I should say the 13s and 14s, that's the actual age group. We move on now to the women's 100 metres butterfly heats. And we have three swimmers in heat 1, Joanne Andrews, Lucy Douglas and Phoebe Wetherill. So this is 2 lengths of the 50-metre pool on butterfly. And reading from the top of the screen then, that's lane 5, Phoebe Wetherill for Doncaster Darts. In the middle lane, Lucy Douglas for Guildford City. And nearest to us, Joanne Andrews for Wrexham. And for these three swimmers, all in the 13-14 age group, their PBs are around the 1:07 mark for this event. So let's hope we can get some swimmers under 67 here in this heat. That would be really good swimming for any of these three. 25 metres to go. It's Wetherill in first place, Douglas in second at the moment, and Joanne Andrews looks like she's going to finish very strongly as well in thirds. We'll try and get the head down for the last few strokes under the flags. Phoebe Wetherill, PB there, well done, 66.31. That's a great achievement coming to this event and swimming faster than ever before. So Phoebe Wetherill, and I'm sure her coach will be delighted that for the last 5 metres as well, under the flags, she took that deep breath and just went for it, head down. 66.31. On to heat 2, and we're using 8 lanes here. And as you'll see, lane 7 is empty. So swimming in lane 8 on the far side of the pool, Laura Tuan Mu for City of Birmingham. Then we have the empty lane. And then it's Tuman Rachel Hope for City of Birmingham. Lane 5 is Elodie Piercy for Repton. Lane 4, Zara Kraviec for East Lothian. Lane 3, Olivia Norley for Mount Kelly. Lane 2, Megan Daniel for Carradon. And lane 1 is Lily Mundell for Heart of Midlothian. Most of the swimmers in this heat are in the 13-14 age group, but the swimmers in the golden lanes in the middle of the pool, that's Zara Kraviec and Elodie Piercy, are in the 15 years age group. Coming down then to the last 25 metres. And our leader is Zara Kraviec in lane 4, but going very well in lane 6 is Dewman Rachel Ho. And we'd like to see swims here of 66 seconds or better for personal bests. Let's see how many we can get swimming that kind of time. Then lane 4 first is Kraviec, 65.92, brilliant. And Dewman Rachel Ho, 66.54. Third there was Laura Tuan Mu in 67.37. So our first place swimmer there in the 15-year age group, second and thirds in the 13s and 14s. 65.92 for Zara Kraviec. That's a season's best for Zara. And 66.54 there in second place, a PB. On we go to heat 3. And you'll see that lane 3 is empty here. Our swimmers are Ava Truswell for Bracknell and Wokingham. In lane 8, it's Lily Rose Carr for Nova Centurion. Lane 7, Henrietta Chick, City of Manchester Aquatics. Lane 6, Fionn Elsby Adams for Millfield. Lane 5, Reese Huckle for Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson. In lane 4, Isla Heathcote for City of Sheffield. Then the empty lane and the 3 lanes closest to us, Edith Lee for City of Cardiff, Amelia Wright for Harrogate District, and Charlotte Hunter for North Tyneside. Most swimmers in this heat are in the 15-year age group, but the 3 swimmers closest to us are all in the 14s and 13s. And in the golden lanes in the middle then, lanes 4 and 5, we've got our 2 leaders as we get into the last 25 metres. And they are Isla Heathcote and Reese Huckle. Fionn Elsby Adams in 6 is finishing strongly here. This looks like a very good swim. We again want to get 66 or better for swimmers in this heat. And we've got 3 swimmers with 66 seconds or better there. Reese Huckle, 65.82. That's her first swim under 66 seconds. Fionn Elsby Adams, 66.01. That's a PB in second place. And our third there, Isla Heathcote, under 67 seconds there, 66.58. Great to see 3 swimmers getting under 67 in that heat. Now we move on to heat number 4. And all 10 lanes in use in this heat. In lane 9 on the far side, Lydia Shipley for Middlesbrough. Then it's Delilah Martin for Hazelmere. Evie Cutter for Wigan Best. Ashley Drake for Warren de Baths. Ella Faulkner for Stockport Metro. Mai Hayakawa for Barnet Copthall. Chloe Cook for City of Sheffield. Sienna Ramery for Wickham District. Mia Hughes for Bromley. And Kalila Smith for Aberdeen Dolphins. Delilah Martin will be first to the halfway turn here, comfortably. In 29.49, let's hope she can keep that pace going. A good turn there for Delilah as well. And coming through in lane 3, that's 4 from the bottom of the picture, is Chloe Cook, going well. And Ashley Drake in 6 as well. The swimmers in the outside lanes here are both in the 13-14 category. And in lane 4, Maya Hayakawa also in the 13s and 14s. Delilah Martin is still in there, but she's being chased down by Chloe Cook, who's finishing strongly, and it's Cook who finishes first in 64.98. That's the first time she's swum under 65 seconds. PB, well done. Lane 2, Ashley Drake, 65.05. That's also a PB by almost exactly a second. Third in that heat was Chloe Cook, 64. Third in that heat was Delilah Martin in 65.32. And that's a season's best for Delilah. Evie Cutter, 65.76, the first time she has swum in under 66 seconds there. Good swims. We go on now to heat 5. And we have an empty lane in lane 6 here. So the 9 swimmers competing are Heidi Wren for City of Glasgow, Eleanor Porter for Camden Swiss Cottage, Iris Hurst for Warrington Warriors. Then we have the empty lane. Then it's Olivia Greenall for City of Norwich, Elizabeth Warner for City of Leeds, Ellie Kennington in lane 3 for Plymouth Leander. Then it's Margarita Stoimanova for Newham and University of East London, Grace Greenhalgh for City of Norwich, and Gisela Silano for Guildford City. And it was a great first 50 for Ellie Kennington in 29.13. 2 lanes from the bottom here is Grace Greenhalgh. We have 13, 14 swimmers here in lanes 8, 7, 4 and 0. 15 years swimmers in 5 and 2. And we're getting into the last 15 metres here for Ellie Kennington, Plymouth Leander, who's got a personal best of 65.42. She's going to smash that. Look at this, under 65.42. 64.02. So 1.4 seconds PB there for Ellie Kennington. Grace Greenhalgh, 65.19. That's a season's best for Grace. Third place there was Heidi Wren, 65.79. And that is just outside Heidi's quickest time for this season. On to heat number 6 now. Our swimmers in this heat: Janie Finch for City of Leicester, Millie Harris for West Norfolk, Olivia Minitz for City of Peterborough, Sophie Palmer for Basildon and Phoenix, Kate Cotter for Chelmsford City, Evie Mackey for South Lanarkshire, Catherine Williams for Wickham District, Charlotte Thompson for Midlothian, Evie Young for Teddington, and Hattie Lever for Whitney and District. Lanes 4 and 6, I think, first to the wall. And lane 1 tying for second place at the wall there. So that's Evie Mackey in 4, Evie Young in 1, and in lane 6, Sophie Palmer. Swimmers now starting to spread out a little into this second half of the race. We'd like to get 64 seconds in this heat or quicker to get personal bests. Evie Mackey going well then in the middle of the pool, and 2 lanes from the bottom, Evie Young as well. Evie Young's going to get to the wall first, 64.3. Evie Mackey, 64.72. PBs for both. Kate Cotter, 65.61 in third place there. And fourth was Olivia Minute in 65.65. Just 100th of a second ahead of Catherine Williams, who finished 5th in the heat. On we go to heat 7. Our swimmers here: Amelia Fenner for Basildon and Phoenix, Asta Maddox for Millfield, Katie Lee for City of Salford, Isla Jones, City of Sheffield, Layla Weatherspoon for Heart of Midlothian, Honor Luckhurst for Preston, Kirsty Brecken for Aberdeen Dolphins, Sophia Gledhill for City of Bradford, Kiana Kurtzer for Warrender Baths, and Lily Green for Plymouth Leander. Lane 6 here, Isla Jones looks like she will turn in first place. The swimmers in the outside lane in this heat, Amelia Fenner on the far side and Lily Green on the near side, are in the 13s and 14s age group. We have one 15s swimmer in lane 4 in Honor Luckhurst, and 5 16-year-old swimmers in 8, 7, 5, 3 and 1. 2 17s, Isla Jones in 7 and Sophia Gledhill in 2. Isla Jones then in lane 6 is going to win this heat. And what will the time be here for Isla Jones? 63.55, a season's best. Kiana Kurtzer, 64.51 in second place. And in third there, was Honor Luckhurst, 65.03. Bear in mind when you see the results here that Kiana Kurtz in second place, there's in the 16 years category. Here we go. Kiana Kurtz in the 16 years, Honor Luckhurst in the 15 years, Amelia Fenner in the 13s and 14s. Lily Green there, 66.56, also in the 13s and 14s. And that could still be worth a place in the final that time in the age group. On to heat 8. With 7 heats to swim then. Nancy Knight's in lane 9. Then in lane 8, Lydia Caudle. Lane 7, Alyssa Lowe. Knight for Guildford City, Caudle for Repton, Lowe for City of Leicester. Lane 6 is Annabelle Compton for Wickham Districts. Then in the middle of the ball, Emily Maxwell for Northumberland and Durham Performance. Zara Fitzpatrick for Bristol Penguin Olympic. Abigail McInerney for Inverclyde. Evie O'Halloran Hutchinson for Northumberland and Durham Performance. Neve Savary for Newcastle, and Georgia Holgate for City of Cambridge. 1:13.14 swimmer in this heat, Lydia Caudle, 2 lanes from the top of the picture. 1:15's swimmer in Abigail McInerney, 4 lanes from the bottom of the picture, and she's swimming very well in second place here. 3 lanes from the top, Alyssa Lowe in the 16-year age group is our leader into the last 10 metres. And Alyssa Lowe is going to win this heat. Her PB 64.33, and so that's a new PB, 63.75. Well done, Alyssa there. Second place, 64.09, was Abigail McInerney, also with a personal best. Annabelle Compton was third in 64.5. Zara Fitzpatrick in fourth there, 64.73. But PBs for our first 2 swimmers there. On to heat 9. Our swimmers in heat 9, Jasmine Carter, who's in the 15-year age group, the only 15-year swimmer in this heat. She's on the far side. We have Sierra Broadbelt in 8s for Mount Kelly, Jessica Smelt for Repton in 7, then it's Helen Sharratt for Derby Phoenix, Sophie Trail for Stockport Metro, Lacey Roberts for Plymouth Leander, Matilda Potter City of Leeds, Orla McInnes Heart of Midlothian, Matilda Ashcroft City of Leeds, and Indigo Spence for Chelsea and Westminster. Helen Sharratt in 6 with the fastest first 50-metre time there in the yellow cap. And followed by lane 5, Sophie Trail. Sharratt's in the 18s and over, Trail's in the 17-year age group. Sierra Broadbelt, 2 lanes from the top, going very well now in the 16 years age group. And I think Broadbelt might well come through to win this heat. It's between Broadbelt and Sharratt in lane 6. PBs here would be around 64 seconds or better, so we're doing very well there with Helen Sharratt, 62.98. That's exactly 1 second better than her previous PB. Sierra Broadbelt, second in the 16 years category in 63.01. That's a big personal best as well. Sophie Trail was third, 63.85. Season's best for Sophie. Good swimming there. Heat 10. An empty lane then in lane 4. And our 9 competing swimmers are Harriet Smith for Soundwell, Lily Stansfield for Harrogate District. She's in the 13-14 category, 2 lanes from the top. Charlotte Smith for Norwich Swan, Faith Uder for Edinburgh University, Katie Oliver for Arran Tridents. Then we have the empty lane, the 4 swimmers closest to us, Madison Johnson, Rotherham Metro, Martha Sell City of Bristol, Amelie Smith, Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson, and Innes Gimmon Beetham for Camden Swiss Cottage. First at the turn then, Charlotte Smith for Norwich Swan. And she was just ahead there in lane 6. We've got Faith Yuda going well in second place right now. And on the near side of the pool, strong finishes here from Amelie Smith in lane 1 and Martha Sell in lane 2. Is Charlotte Smith going to hang on to win this heat? She reaches for the wall. She does. 63.03. Then Amelie Smith in 63.26 and Faith Yuda in 63.57. And we're looking at several personal bests in that heat. Charlotte Smith 63.03. That's a season's best. Amelie Smith 63.26. Personal best there. And she's in the 15 years category. Well done there. Faith Yuda 63.57 in third. Heat 11 now. 4 heats left to come. Lane 9 is empty in this heat, so our 9 competing swimmers are Evelyn Toy for Bristol Penguin Olympic, Poppy Lawrence for Leatherhead, Madeline Hine for Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson, Lucia Lesty for City of Salford, Lucy Grant for City of Newport, Jessica Huggins for Poole, Seren Talentire for Northumberland and Durham Performance, Ella Thornburg for Crawley, and Abby Roscoe for Wirral Metro. Lanes 1 and 8 joint first at the turn. That's Ella Thornburg and Evelyn Toy. We have 3 swimmers here in the 15-year age group. That's Abby Roscoe nearest to us. And then in lanes 5 and 6, Lucia Lesty and Madeline Hines. We have 3 16-year-old swimmers in 2, 3 and 8. And 2 17s in 4 and 7. And Ella Thornburg in 1 in the 18s and over. Lots of swimmers getting close together then to hit the wall. Who's going to get the touch? Evelyn Toy in 63.05 in lane 8 there. And that's a new PB. Lane 3 was second. Jessica Huggins in 63.11. That's a personal best. Just ahead. Look at that. Seren Talentire in third. 2/100th of a second back. And Ella Thornburg in fourth. 1/100th of a second slower. So 3 swimmers virtually touching together there in second, third and fourth places. And I'm pretty sure they were all PBs there for our first 4 swimmers. That was a great race. We move on to heat 12 and we now move into seeded heats. So Shannon Stott in lane 4 is the 3rd fastest swimmer in the event overall by ranking. And the starter asking the swimmers to stand down. Let's see if there is a delay. If there is a delay, they'll ask the swimmers who are in the pool to clear the pool before we get started. Nope, we're ready to go again. And you'll see lane 5 is empty. On the far side, Eloise Cole is in lane 9. And she's the only 16-year age group swimmer in this heat. Then it's Emily Mears-Bentley, Susie McNair and Blythe Kinsman. So Eloise for Bedford, Emily for City of Leicester, Susie for Stirling Swimming and Blythe for Mount Kelly. Then we've got the empty lane and the 5 swimmers closest to us. Shannon Stott for City of Sheffield, Madeline Robertson for University of Stirling. Lois Child in lane 2, Harrogate District is a 13-14 age swimmer. Then in lane 1, Sophie Murray for Harrogate District and Jessica Dickinson in lane 0 for Swansea University. Blythe Kinsman in lane 6 was first at the turn. She's right up there. She's had a really great meet. So has Susie McNair in lane 7. well done to both of those for their performances over the week. But our 3 leaders in this heat, and our 2 leaders are in lane 4, Shannon Stotts, and in 3, Madeline Robertson. They come into touch first and second, 61.18, the fastest time we've seen so far in this heat. And second there was Madeline Robertson in 61.62. They would expect to both qualify for the 18s and over final there. Blythe Kinsman in third, should make the 17s final. Eloise Cole in 7th, should make the 16s final. Susie McNair should make the 17s final with that. And Lois Child, who was 9th there, should make the 13-14 final. Her time was 65.67. 2 heats to go. This is another seeded heat. Georgina Pryor, our second fastest swimmer by ranking. And 8 swimmers in this heat are competing in the 18s and over category. I'll give you the full rundown. Georgia Gussie on the far side for Plymouth Leander. Then it's Henrietta Damassa for City of Manchester Aquatics. Lily Grover for the Royal Wolverhampton School. She's in the 17 years age group. Then it's Edith Price for Mount Kelly in the 15 years age group. Everybody else 18s and over then. Jessica Lawton, City of Bristol. Georgina Pryor, Derby XL. Duru Tanier, City of Cardiff. Catherine Ellen Roberts for Swansea University, Shola Robinson for City of Sheffield, and Becky Watson for Northumberland and Durham Performance. The 2 swimmers out in front, in the middle of the pool in the white cap, Georgina Pryor, as we would expect. But going very well, 2 lanes from the bottom, Shola Robinson, and 3 lanes from the top of the picture, Lily Grover. And bear in mind, Lily Grover's in the 17 years age group. And as we come to the wall, it's going to be Shola Robinson to touch first, I think. 61.58 ahead of Jessica Lawton, then Duru Tanier. All 3 swimmers in the 18s and over. And 62.27 in 6th place for Georgina Pryor. I don't think will qualify for the final. Georgina Pryor, the 5th fastest swimmer in the 18s and over in that heat. And I think that means she misses out. It does depend on what happens in the final heat now, heat 14. But I think Georgina Pryor just missed out on the final. Holly Widows then, lane 4, our fastest swimmer by ranking here in the event overall. And this is our final heat. All 10 lanes in use then in the final heat on the far side. Gracie Owen for Torfin Dolphins. Then it's Liana Nightingale Ellis for Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson. Coco Croxford for South Lanarkshire. Erica Pasca Kinsaita for Newham and University of East London. Sky Carter for Basildon and Phoenix. Holly Widows for Mount Kelly. Phoebe Cooper for City of Sheffield. Stella McCarty, City of Glasgow. Catherine Renfrew for Perth City. And Eliza Pinkston for Stockport Metro. Holly Widows, the leader, then first at the turn, under 28 seconds. Going very well. And she will qualify for the 18s and overs final with this performance. In lanes 6 and 5, in second and third right now, Erica Pasakinskaita. She's going to get in the 18s and over final with this swim, I should think. Sky Carter trying to get into the 17s final in lane 5, and she'll do that with this swim. Let's look at the time. Holly Widows 60.51, followed by Erica Pasakinskaita and then Stella McCarty. Well, I think Pasakinskaita gets in the final for 18s and over, and so too Stella McCarty. I don't think Georgina Pryor is going to qualify from the previous heat with those times. The first 3 swimmers there all in the 18s and over category. Sky Carter in 5th. She'll get in the 17s final. Grace Owen, Coco Croxford and Liana Nightingale Ellis, they'll get in the 16s final. I think Phoebe Cooper might as well there in 10th place in that heat. And Catherine Renfrew, I think she'll be in the 17s final with that time in 9th. And that completes our women's 100 metres butterfly heats. Well done everybody in there, especially if you got a personal best time. That's brilliant. We go on to men's 50 metres butterfly heats now. And we have 4 swimmers in heat 1. Our 4 swimmers here in lane 6, Ethan Thorpe for Basildon and Phoenix, Oliver Smith for Middlesbrough, Oscar Duval for Biddulph, and Matthew Scott for Newcastle. Oliver Smith in 5 is a 16-year swimmer, the rest are 15s. And Oscar Duval is off very well here. He's got a personal best of 27.84. Let's see if we can get under that for Oscar Duval. 27.84, then the time for him to beat, and it's 27.37. Good swim, that's. Second place, Matthew Scott, 27.78. And third place in that heat, Ethan Thorpe, 27.87. 4 swimmers there, all getting under 28 seconds. Ethan Thorpe had a personal best time there as well. No 13s and 14s in the 50 metres events at this championships. We move on to heat 2, where almost everybody is a 15-year swimmer. Our swimmers then are Joshua Burkill, Alfie Owen, Josh Scrivener, Adam Michael, Edward Henwood, Zach Sheriff, Oliver Linehan, Michael Banks, Jude Gunner and Owen Wilson. Lane 3 going well here, Oliver Linehan, and lane 0 even better, Owen Wilson. Wilson and Linehan in 0 and 3. I think they'll be first and second here. It is Wilson, Linehan and then Adam Michael in lane 6. Our winning time there, 26.79. We've got 2 swimmers under 27 seconds there. They will both be personal bests, I can tell you that for sure. Adam Michael, 27.21. That's a PB by 0.3 of a second. Zach Sheriff, 27.23, personal best as well. On to heat 3. And our swimmers in this heat are Yasin Kamel, Joseph Ashley, Ryan Hardy, Alessandro D'Onofrio, Jake Chesworth, Ralph Sariki, James Kilpatrick, Henry Norman, Louis Thorne and Ethan Collins. And Ralph Sariki is dominating this one. He's going to win it comfortably with Alessandro D'Onofrio in second here. That's lanes 4 and 6. First to touch then Sariki in 25.41. 1.3 seconds quicker than his previous PB. That's brilliant. Alessandro D'Onofrio, 26.06. That's a half-second PB. Those 2 swimmers in the 16s category. The first 4 swimmers there, all in the 16s. Yasin Kamel in the 15-year age group there. On to heat 4. Our swimmers here are Thomas Swales, Nova Centurion, Hugo Young, Achilles Bello, Jose Rodriguez, Ruben Alti, Ruben Levchenko, Eamon Jaridi, Benjamin Dale Wood, Thomas Marshall and Andrew Hunter. Lane 7, Achilles Bello looks like he is going to win this heat. And then in lane 3, Eamon Jaridi, and maybe in lane 8 as well, Hugo Young at the wall. It's Bello, Jaridi, Young, and Bello's winning time 25.98, so another swimmer there getting under the 26-second mark. Our first 3 swimmers here in the 16 years category. Jose Rodriguez is a 15-year swimmer. And our last 3 swimmers there, Hunter, Swales and Marshall, they're all 15 years swimmers. Good times though, right across the board. On we go to heat number 5. Our swimmers are Toby Nakamura-Drew, Mario Vasconcelos-Blanche, excuse me, Aidan Orpin, Isaac Buchan, Ben Gooch, Adam Scott, Dion Edwards, Harry Milne, Giulio Migliorina and Thomas Woofenden. Lane 5, Ben Gooch out in front here. And then we've got 3 swimmers looking good in lanes 2, 3 and 4. That's Harry Milne, Dion Edwards and Adam Scott. Ben Gooch gets the touch, then it's Milne, then Edwards. And the winning time 25.61. 2 swimmers under 26 seconds again. Ben Gooch, the heat winner in the 17 years category. Harry Milne in the 16s. Dion Edwards in the 17s. Vasconcelos-Blanche in the 16s. 8th and 9th there. Woofenden and Nakamura-Drew there in the 15 years age group. On to heat 6. Our swimmers here, Cameron Hastings, Philip Navaski, Elliot Dunnett, Miles Kinlan, Evan Davis, Charlie Toms, Matthew Hamilton, Zach Slater, Sam Smith and Samuel Sutcliffe. In lane 6 going well here, Miles Kinlan. And in lane 3, Matthew Hamilton. It looks like those 2 for first and second, and it'll be very close for third, maybe in lane 8, Navaski. Let's have a look. Hamilton, then Kinlan. And third actually was Evan Davis. Very close though between so many of those swimmers. Wait till you see the final graphic and see how little there was to choose between 4th and 9th there. Look at that, 4th place 25.92, 9th 26.09. So that is what, under 0.2 of a second for those swimmers. Heat 7 now, we have 4 heats to come. Our swimmers here are Lewis Horden, Theodore Rogers, Leo Pollock, Thomas Parrott, Joshua Shepherd, Joseph Way, Harry Chandler, Colton Dorfeld, Callum Cox and Tristan James. Joseph Way in lane 4 looking good. Also lane 5, Joshua Shepherd. And in lane 8 as well, Theodore Rogers. I think that's our 1, 2, 3. Depends on the touch though. Shepherd, Way, Shepherd, Rogers and Way. That's how they finished. 25.01 our winning time there for Shepherd. 7/100ths of a second between first and third. Shepherd there and Rogers, they're both 16 years swimmers. Colton Dorfeld in 5th, he's a 15 years swimmer. Good swims there. Harry Chandler was 9th there, he's a 16 years swimmer with 25.80. On to heat 8, and this is the first of our seeded heats. So Nicholas Finch is the 3rd fastest swimmer by rank in the event overall. Lane 8 is empty. The swimmers are Matthew Just, then the empty lane, then it's Ben Newcombe, Ethan Soppett-Moss, Christopher Finch, Nicholas Finch, Maxwell Anderson, Jamie Robertson, Rio Dowdu and Ethan Richards-Knight. What a swim this is in lane 2 for Jamie Robertson. I think he is out in front here, just ahead of Christopher Finch and then Nicholas Finch, and it's going to be Jamie Robertson, 24.14 ahead of Christopher Finch. There's a tie for third, Nicholas Finch and Ethan Soppett-Moss there. Jamie Robertson, what a swim. I don't think the rest of the field were expecting that. 24.14. You'd expect in these seeded heats the fastest swims to be in the middle lanes with Christopher Finch and Nicholas Finch, but they finished 2nd and 3rd. By and large, the first 2 swimmers in these finals in these final heats are qualifying for the 18s and over final, but in lane 4 here, Abdul-Jabbar Adama is in the 16 years category. Lane 4, Abdul-Jabbar Adama. He's got a great start. We've seen that in the sprints already this week. But the best start of all there came 3 lanes from the bottom from Aidan Cannon. This is Chungji Duan, Jack Brown, Luca Plater, Kieran Lennox, Brogan Hyde, Abdul-Jabbar Adama, Brodie Gordon-Gibson, Aidan Cannon, Harry Robinson and Louis Dove. And will Adama come through to win? This is going to be very close between 4 swimmers there. Adama does win in 24.37 ahead of Brogan Hyde, 24.44. Brogan will get in the 18s final, 18s and over with that time, and I think Brodie Gordon-Gibson gets in the 18s and over as well with his 3rd place time there. Aidan Cannon, I think, gets in the 18s final with 24.65, but Abdul-Jabbar Adama will be in the 16s final, 24.37, and he's had a great meet on those sprint events. Fantastic. Our final heats now. Dean Fern in lane 4 by ranking is our fastest entrant for this event. And Dean Fern in 4 is another 16 years swimmer, so he will be swimming against Adama in the 16 years final later. Our swimmers here: Henry Dean, Maddox Roberts, Aaron Ulkers, Sebastian Roars, Brian Leong, Dean Fern, Shaquille Jordani, Tom Robertson, Harry Robinson and Luke Tunstall. And look at this in lane 3, Shaquille Jordani looking absolutely brilliant. And then it's 5 and 4 that are looking for 2nd and 3rd places, I think. Jordani 24.37, Brian Leong 24.55, Dean Fern 24.57. Fern in 3rd place then will be in the final of the 16 years age group. Brian Leong and Shaquille Jordani should get in the 18s and over final. You'll need to go to the Aquatics GB website to get the full results rundown. I don't have that to hand, I'm afraid, and we don't have a lot of time between races, as I'm sure you can appreciate. I would love to go through all of the swimmers who qualify for each of the age group finals for you, but please, please, please go to the Aquatics GB website to check, and then you can watch those swimmers all perform again in our final session at 4 p.m. tonight. We have women's multi-classification 100 metres butterfly now, 2 heats to come. This is the point system. We have exciting racing in these mixed classification. When you can follow the point system, it's absolutely fascinating. Swimmers in this heat in 4 different classifications: S8, S9, S10 and S11. It's 2 lengths of the pool of butterfly, and we have 15 swimmers entered. Only 10 can qualify for the final, and it will be the 10 swimmers who have the highest points totals. 5 swimmers competing in heat 1, 2 lengths of butterfly. Our swimmers here from the lanes furthest away: Brock Whiston for London Disability, and she'll be going to the Paralympic Games next month. We have Alice Tai in lane 5, also on the Paralympics team. Megan Willis is in lane 4. Amber Haycock is in lane 3. Lane 2 is Eliza Humphrey for Northampton Swimming Club, and she's also in the Paralympics team. And you see there lane 2, where an assistant will touch the swimmer with the rod there, Eliza Humphrey, as she is the visually impaired athlete in this race, and that gives her the opportunity to measure how far she is from the wall before turning. So the swimmers here, let me remind you, they will score points depending on their time in their classification, and you'll see the points totals come up. 750 points and above is considered world class in these events, and coming in to finish first in this heat is Alice Tai. So look at the points total. The time 109.76, and that's 1,006 points. 750 and above world class, so that is brilliant. Brock Whiston, 116.9, points. Megan Willis, 116.76 for 651 points. Amber Haycock, 518 points for her time of 121.51. And Eliza Humphrey with 611 points for 128.57. Now, when we look at the results, we will arrange the swimmers by their points totals. We always have a delay if we have a visually impaired athlete competing, because the judges cannot sign off the result of the race until they have checked the visually impaired athlete's goggles. They must be completely blacked out. So that is checked. And the Paralympics swimmers, next month, the Paralympics GB swimmers, they will have specially made goggles that are completely blacked out. They're not going to be painted. They are made specifically for the visually impaired athletes on the Paralympics GB team. So Eliza Humphrey, I can't be sure, but I think she will have been using a pair of those goggles in that race. So we wouldn't expect there to be any problem. But the judges go through all of their checks before they confirm the results. And here is the result confirmed then. Alice Tai, that's 1,006 points. 750 points for Brock Whiston, 651 for Megan Willis, and it's the swimmers with the 10 highest points totals who will get into our final. Heat 2 has 10 swimmers. Here we go. The swimmers here from the far side of the pool: Olivia Newman-Baronius, who's on the Paralympics GB team. Poppy Maskill also on the team. Faye Rogers, she'll be going to the Paralympic Games. Louise Fiddis, she's going to the Paralympic Games. Jessica Jane Applegate's in lane 5. We've got Callie-Ann Warrington in 4. Georgia Sheffield in lane 3. Grace Robinson in lane 2. Tony Shaw in lane 1. She's going to the Paralympic Games next month. And Saskia Webb in lane 0. Several swimmers in this heat are S14 category, and the S14 category has a greater depth, so many S14 swimmers. So the Paralympics GB sort of rule of thumb is 800 points and above is world class for S14 swimmers, and it's 750 and above for the rest. 946 points there, but 969 points for Faye Rogers in the S10 category. And that's actually the highest score there in that heat. And by my calculations, the bottom two swimmers there, Grace Robinson and Saskia Webb, won't make it into the final because we had two higher scores in the previous heat. You will have to check that on the Aquatics GB website, I'm afraid, to get the absolute confirmation, but I think that's it. The first is the highest 8-point scorers from that heat, with our two highest point scorers from the previous heat will be our 10 finalists. And you'll see from those points, world-class swimming, the GB team at the Paralympic Games making their final preparations before they go to Paris here with us. And I'm sure you'll have seen the evidence for yourself there. Those points totals, the performances in Paris look like they are going to be brilliant. It looks like the preparations have been fantastic. Men's multi-classification 100 metres butterfly now. Lane 3 is empty here. There were 15 swimmers entered for this multi-classification 100 metres butterfly. We've got 2 heats to swim. And as we saw in the previous heats, you can get the kind of points total in heat 1 to get into the final. So that's what everybody here is aiming for. Our swimmers from the far side: Jason van der Merwe for Newham and University of East London, Owen Garsides for Kingston upon Hull, Zach Sturgis for Bournemouth Collegiate, and Jack Milne in the lane closest to us. Remember, swimmers who are not on the Paralympics GB team this year are well, some of them are trying to fulfill that as an ambition in the future. So swimmers are working towards that. We've got a mixture then of swimmers who are preparing for those games this time around and swimmers who are hoping to be part of future Paralympics teams. That's how it's kind of set up right now. Lane 6 here, Jason van der Merwe will finish first. That's 652 points. Then Garside 618, Sturgis 614, and Jack Milne 579. And now we will arrange the swimmers by those points totals. Here we go. 652 points for Jason van der Merwe and 618 for Owen Garsides. We will wait to see if those points totals beat anybody's totals in Heat 2, which is a full heat of 10 swimmers. In this heat then, on the far side, Will Ellard, who will be going to the Paralympics. Cameron Veerkamp, he's on the Paralympics team. Stephen Clegg on the Paralympics team as well. We have Rhys Darby, Harry Stewart, he's on the Paralympics team. Jude Gunner, Mark Tomsit, he's on the Paralympics team. Rio Rogers, Oliver Carter, and Rowan Brennan. In the mixed classification heats, we arrange the swimmers so that the fastest expected swimmer against the clock is on the far side, and the swimmers get gradually slower across the pool in terms of their expected times. So you get this rough kind of diagonal shape in the heats, in the mixed classification heats. So you can tell that going very well, because he's breaking that pattern in lane 7, is Stephen Clegg. The heat may well be won by Will Ellard, who's an S14 swimmer, but Clegg's in the S12 category, so their points are measured differently. And Clegg's score there is 882 for a time of 59.22. Will Ellard 58.59, a faster time than Clegg for 790 points. And then we're looking to see how many of these swimmers have made it into the final. We had a 6.52 and a 6.18 in the previous heat, so we will get the first 8 swimmers here qualifying for the final, and the fastest, or the 2 swimmers who got the highest scores from the previous heat, who coincidentally were the fastest 2 swimmers. So from Stephen Clegg to Rio Rogers there, those 8 swimmers are through to the final. We will see them later in our final session, which takes place at 4 p.m. I'm just waiting for confirmation. I think there may be a swim off before we get to the end of this session, so we might not be complete just yet, so stay with us. And I'm hearing, no, there won't be a swim off in this session. If there is a swim off, and I think there will be, it's going to be after the warm up in the next session. So we are going to take a break now from this Speedo Aquatics GB Summer Championship session. The heats are over now. We will return for our next session later on this afternoon, and that session is scheduled to start at 12:30. Well, it's 12:30 now, so probably 1 p.m. I think we will start. We have men's 4x100 medley relays to come in the next session. Then we'll have another session of medley relays after that for women's, and then we will come back for our final session this afternoon. Everything from here on in is swimming for medals. There are 3 sessions still to go then in this Speedo Aquatics GB Summer Championships. Join us in half an hour or so for the start of our medley relay competitions. We'll see you then.